Welcome everybody, and thank you so much for coming to Parliament House today for CANFORUM23. Today we're going to get a little bit scientific, which I'm sure you're all going to enjoy. We're going to talk about genomics, those quirks in our genetics that can set off that chain reaction that can cause cancer. And we're going to talk about how identifying those quirks we can target better cancer treatments. And we're going to talk about how our health system needs to change to deal with that. For those of you who I haven't met, my name's Sophie Scott. I was the medical reporter for the ABC for many years, a job that I loved doing, and I really am passionate about health and making a big difference for people's health. I'd like to start today's important event by acknowledging the traditional owners on the land we're meeting on, the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people, and I'd like to acknowledge the traditional custodians on the land that you all come from, and also on the live stream, everyone joining us. I'd like to acknowledge the lands that you're coming to us from. I pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging, and extend that respect to any Indigenous people with us today. And I'd also like to acknowledge the online audience. We've got a great group of people in the room, but there's also a whole lot of people watching as well. And I'd really like to acknowledge anyone who's touched by cancer. Like many families, my family's been touched by cancer as well. My mother had lung cancer, my grandmother had bowel cancer, and there's a member of my extended family who's now dealing with pancreatic cancer. So like my family, like many of your families, it's something many of us go through. I'm very grateful that Rare Cancers invited me back to be the MC of CanForum. And you know, as the medical reporter, I was asked to support a number of causes, but you might be wondering, why am I so interested in rare cancers? Well, the numbers and the data doesn't lie. We know that 30% of cancers are rare or less common, so that's 1 in 3. Yet these cancers account for almost half of all cancer deaths. So just bear that in mind. And that's not just a statistic. Those deaths mean that there's fewer people at the Christmas dinner table, empty chairs, parents who won't get to see their children grow up. So we need to do better when it comes to rare cancers. We also know that conversations about cancer can be challenging. So if you need to step aside or mute the live stream or leave for a few moments, please do so. Now, I just want to go through a little bit of quick housekeeping. We're going to have 3 sessions today. The first one will go till about 10:40. Then we're going to have morning tea in the foyer where you had a cup of tea on your way in. The second session will go from about 1:25 to 1 o'clock. We're going to have the Health Minister, the Honourable Mark Butler, joining us, and also Gavin Pearce, the Assistant Shadow Health Minister. They're going to be launching Rare Cancer's new report that you're going to hear lots about in today's session. We're going to have lunch in the Great Hall before our final session, which will finish at 3:30, and then we have a networking event, which gives you plenty of time to meet the amazing people in this room. So today, it's all about understanding the scientific developments in cancer treatment. And what do those developments mean for people living with cancer? We have an amazing lineup of speakers, and you'll also get the opportunity to ask questions in our panel discussions. So please be thinking about the questions that you might have for our amazing speakers. I want to share a quote with you. Cancer is a genetic disease, and genomics is the key to unlocking its secrets. And that's a quote from Professor David Thomas, who's going to be speaking to us today. Genetics allows us to understand targeted treatments to get better outcomes. But is Australia's health system set up enough? Are we ready to ensure that people who need that gold standard of care can get it? And what are the opportunities to align healthcare delivery and genomics knowledge? And is Australia ready? Now, if everyone can just grab their phones out for me, I'm going to get you to put your phone on silent so we don't have anyone ringing up during this important event. And while you've got your phones out, if you're on social media, we'd love you to share about today's event. If you're on Instagram or Twitter, you can follow Rare Cancers. Their handle is @RareCancers. And you can also follow me if you want to, and I'll reshare everything. Mine's Sophie Scott and the number 2. And the hashtag for today is CANFORUM23. So we'd love you to share your thoughts, your photos from this event, because that way it gets out to a much bigger audience than just the people in this room and watching online. All right, enough housekeeping, enough from me. We're now going to play, to set the scene, to play a short video. Let's go to the video.
All thanks to our growing understanding of genomics, which has dramatically increased our knowledge of the biology of cancer. We've learnt that in addition to the many hundreds of rare and less common cancers, cancers that were previously considered common also have rare subtypes linked to genetic variations. As we learn more about these rare subtypes, we've been able to develop new medicines that better target cancer cells. As a result, the traditional one-size-fits-all approach, based on the location of a person's cancer, has given way to a new era of personalised medicine. For decades, chemotherapy was the preferred approach to treating cancer, but it doesn't only attack cancer cells. It attacks all cells, unable to distinguish between cancer and normal cells, meaning patients suffer significant toxicity and severe side effects. Now, with the ability to quickly gather genomic information on a person and their cancer, the way health professionals assess, treat, monitor and prevent cancer has been revolutionised. Personalised medicines specifically target cancer cells while sparing normal cells, reducing the toxic side effects that people experience, improving their quality of life and outcomes. But there is still much more work to be done. To ensure every person diagnosed with cancer is able to benefit from personalised medicines, our healthcare system needs to change. It needs to be able to quickly and seamlessly translate new, evidence-based knowledge into real-world settings. Time is of the essence for every person living with cancer, so we need a system that delivers the best technologies and treatments to people at the earliest opportunity. A system that can meet the opportunities genomics are providing. Is Australia ready?
We're going to hear a lot more about the issues raised in that video today. That really sums up what we're going to be hearing about today. So on that note, I'd like to introduce our first speaker, Christine Coburn. Following early careers in performing arts and retail management in the UK, Christine came back to Australia to follow her passion for healthcare and a transformative experience caring for her mother with a short-lived rare cancer following her own diagnosis of breast cancer at just 33. Realising that oncology and supportive care was her life's work, she did sociology and then has just done a master's in public health as well. After 6 years at Rare Cancers Australia, she's proud to have developed the cancer navigation model and the patient support programs. And it's very exciting news that she's going to be transitioning from General Manager to CEO to continue her impact and the impactful work that Rare Cancers does. So please give a big welcome to Christine Coburn.
Welcome. Good morning. Thanks for attending here in Canberra and online. We're very happy to have you all here for this incredibly important conversation. Here we stand 9 years on from Rare Cancers Australia's first CANFORUM, when forgotten cancers were first recognised. When RCA brought together the people, the advocates whose very lives are affected by the work that we intended to take on, those that had received bad luck diagnoses. We've always advocated with the community who stand to benefit from the change and whose voices carry the real stories of why systems change is needed to make things fair for Rare. That strategy lives on today, and we bring the Rare community with us to say that we cannot wait for someone else or some other time. We are the people, and this is the time. You'll hear us talk over the program today and over the coming years about access to streamlined genomics and personalised medicine as standard of care. The recommendations from our rarefication report are not outrageous. They're rational and they're reasonable. Australia is well placed to deliver better outcomes through genomics. Much of the infrastructure already exists. All sectors are in agreement and the stasis really must be broken. Rare Cancers Australia has always pursued an ambitious agenda for change. Recognition of Rare in the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare data for the first time was a moment in time, a chance to recognise the size of the problem, and that when grouped together, Rare is in fact not rare. This heralded a new era where it was clear that rare outcomes were poor and many Australians were being left out in the cold. Fast forward to 2018, unprecedented investment in rare cancer, rare disease and unmet need clinical trials program. $50 million to Genomic Cancer Research Program, $41 million in NHMRC funding committed to rare and less common cancers, and $42 million in new MRFF funding for international clinical trials collaboration. And in 2023, of course, we'll all remember $150 million in federal and state investment in genomics research through Omico. So where have we left to go? As you will hear today from our 4 extraordinary advocates, access to molecular screening and targeted treatments is very far from streamlined, far from standard of care. Yet this screening already exists and it works to identify treatments that can offer hope for people with a rare cancer diagnosis. All 4 of these advocates are here adding their voices because they want the next generation of people diagnosed with rare cancers to have an easier time. Earlier testing and timely access to effective cutting-edge therapies so that they can live their lives, return to work, raise their families, finish studies, and advocate for change. Science is streaking ahead of our regulatory processes, and we're simply not leveraging the current best knowledge. As all cancers become rare, we need to ensure that the health system in Australia is ready to deliver on the promise of personalised medicine. After CANFORUM, we'll be sharing a QR code so that you can continue to join this work with us, a call to action at the end of the day. As Rarefication Report outlines, the problem of rarity is a challenge that we are only just beginning to understand. By the very nature of being rare, there will never be vast amounts of clinical data that help new treatments and that have helped systems change for common cancers. By the very nature of being rare, we may never build an enormous network of people who can advocate together for improvements for their specific cancer. What we can do is bring people together from all walks of life, from all backgrounds, with all diagnoses who share one thing in common: rareness. Individually, it can be incredibly hard to make a difference. But through events like CANFORUM, we are amplifying the voices of our rare community, and together we can create real change. Thank you. I only had 2 jobs. I'd like to welcome 2 wonderful guests that have joined us today. Very grateful for their time. You may know them well. You may not know them at all. You're about to get to know them. Alison Bolton and Anita McGrath, very dear advocates in the rare community. They're both living with rare lung cancers, and they've come to share some insights in this excitement of genomics and this revolution that we're talking about in Australia. What does it look like from the inside? What does it look like to be living with a rare cancer whilst this genomic revolution is occurring? So thank you both so much for joining us. We're going to have a little chat. Thank you for joining us. You're both diagnosed with what would have once upon a time be recognised as a common cancer, lung cancer. If I'm not mistaken, it was at one point recognised as 2 different diseases, small cell and non-small cell lung cancer.
Correct.
What we know now is that there are in fact around about 30 different lung cancers, and some of them are tiny population subtypes, including the one that you're both living with, ALK-positive lung cancer. So thank you for adding your incredibly powerful voices to this conversation. Ellie, would you like to give us introduce yourself a little bit?
Hello everyone, I'm so pleased to be here today. I'm a mother of 4 boys, married to a lovely husband living in Brisbane. So I was diagnosed in 2017 with non-small cell lung cancer, and I had traditional treatments, chemotherapy, radiation. Within about 4 months I progressed, and I went on to discover, while I was having chemo and radiation, that I was ALK positive. I asked my specialist, do I need to do anything about this? His comment was I didn't need to worry about that for now. So I put that to the side, but then I met Kate Vines, who introduced me to the lovely Anita. And Anita's helped me to understand with rare cancers the way forward with ALK positive lung cancer. So I started on a targeted therapy at the end of 2017 and was told within weeks that the brain mets were resolved. So it was very effective, and I was really pleased to be on that medication at that time. So I'll hand over to Anita.
My name's Anita. I'm also from Brisbane, as Ali said. I was diagnosed in 2014 with a rare form of lung cancer, ALK positive, and I was told that I would have 10% chance of living the next 5 years and that I should go home and enjoy my life. Well, I didn't really like that option, so I set myself a task of learning more about lung cancer and what I could find out. And I found that there was a mutation called ALK that I thought, well, why not? Could be me that has one of those that has a targeted therapy drug that can work. So I asked for further testing. I went to a different hospital and found out that I was ALK, and then I was told, well, there is no medication that's financially available to you on the PBS. So I thought, well, I still want to live, so I chose to, myself, my family and friends, chose to rally together to raise money to self-fund. And then I was given the phone number of Kate Vines, who I genuinely believe without Rare Cancers Australia, I may not be here today. She gave me the courage and the motivation and the resources to actually advocate for myself, stand up and say, why can't this be on the PBS? And we fought for it, a group of rare cancer patients together to get my drug listed on the PBS, and it was. And I'm still here today. So 3 TKIs later. So 3 TKIs later and targeted therapy drugs later, and 1 brain operation to remove a brain tumour. And yes, genomics has definitely helped me in my journey.
So you both spoke about different journeys to get to the actual testing where you found that you were ALK positive. I know that we're all on the same page where ideally that would have happened earlier. So, and you also spoke about asking for, pushing for, requesting, and don't worry about it, these kind of, it's not important. So can you tell me, you've both been diagnosed a couple of years ago, does it look any better for the communities that you're sort of mentoring, I think, that newly diagnosed rare lung cancer patients kind of gravitate together and you're informing them and helping them, I guess, find their way? What does it look like today? What are you seeing in newly diagnosed rare lung?
So in our support groups, what we see with the ALK support group that we have set up, we also include the ROS1 lung cancer, which is even rarer than ours, is that they have still getting chemotherapy and radiation treatments, so not always understanding the questions that they need to ask. We've educated ourselves, understand some of the science around ALK and how it works and the targeted therapies that can help it. We also share information with them about when you go to your doctor, what kinds of questions can you ask. We ask them, have they been tested and what kind of test was it? The traditional method of understanding genomics is the histological, long word, I can't remember the whole acronym, but it's FISH test. So it tests for 4 genomes currently in lung cancer, but we understand there's many, many more, and I think the report outlines that. So,
Thanks, Ali. Yeah, it's really interesting, I think, the work that patients do for other patients, and those communities are really fascinating, and they're an absolute wealth of knowledge and, signposting and actually hopefully shortcutting things. Make sure you ask about this early on. So, Anita, you just touched a little bit on surgery that you had. Could you want to talk to us a little bit about what that whole procedure, kind of where that went?
Sure. Firstly, can I just go back a little bit to the way that we're tested to find out if we're ALK positive lung cancer is a sequential test. So They work out the adenocarcinoma, and then they'll do an EGFR test, they'll do an ALK test, and if that's negative as well, they're going to do a ROS1. So there's only 3 medications available on the PBS. So they test 3 sequential. So each test, they're taking more tumour. So they'll take a sample of tumour, and they're using up all that tumour doing sequential tests. Whereas if they did genomic testing, it's 1 piece of tumour and a full panel, and you get lots of different information that can, potentially you could have a HER2 mutation in there and then potentially go on to one of the breast cancer drugs. Now, I'm not technical, so I don't really know if that's possible, but... And back to your question. So the second time I progressed on the medication I was on, I had a brain tumour and it would have been radiated, and it was becoming problematic and growing, and they weren't quite sure if it was necrosis or whether it was actual tumour. So I had the option to change drugs and, let's guess which next drug that you might be able to go on, because I had an option of 2. Thankfully, I am fortunate that I did have an option of 2. And I, along with my family, made the decision to actually have it taken out, to go through brain surgery, so that I could get a piece of tumour sample and test it genomically to see actually what was in there. Because if it was necrosis and I went on to another one, it might have still been problematic. So I wanted to be a bit more informed. It was a bit of a drastic way to do it, but it was a great outcome, had a great surgeon. It was within 12 months ago, and, I've got all my hair still. She was fantastic. She kind of flipped my hair over and kind of, went in underneath instead of shaving my head. She was fantastic. And from that, I still have ALK positive lung cancer, but I have a driver mutation, is what they call, so a resistance driver that's causing the cancer to start growing again. And through research, people have found that resistance driver, now one of those 2 medications was the better of the 2. So I was more informed as to guide my next lot of treatment.
Amazing.
Pretty radical way to do it. But it was
Fantastic. Yeah. Thanks, Anita. I know you're both very passionate about clinical trials, so we might go over there for a minute if that's okay. What's been your experience, and what are you... you tell the story. You talk about clinical trials and ALK-positive lung cancer.
So since 2017 and up to now, I've had 3 lots of progression, and all of that progression is brain metastases. So at those times when I have progressed, I understood that I needed to look for a clinical trial. Up until this year, we actually haven't had a clinical trial for a new medication. Sorry. We have had 1 clinical trial for ALK-specific medication, and we have another study that we'll talk about in a little while. But my experience at the time when I progressed was that I explored the option of getting onto a clinical trial, and I wasn't able to because I don't have access to tissue. So I couldn't access that, so that took that option off the plate for me. I went on to have radiation to my brain, which has impacts, which you may notice today. But the second lot of progression, I actually changed my medication. Again, I didn't have enough tissue or enough ctDNA, so tumour load in my blood, to be able to explore what the mutation was and what changes were happening with my ALK cancer. So it was a bit of guesswork, but also there was actually only the 2 drugs that Anita was mentioning before, that I chose one that the oncologist suggested. So I changed to that medication, and then I've progressed again in my brain. So I've had more radiation to my brain. And so it's been very hard at those points to try to make a decision that's informed, and I've tried to find as much information as I can through all sorts of sources, sometimes the support group. It is the doctors, but it's also finding your own information, reading journal articles, going to conferences. things like that. So I haven't actually managed to get onto a clinical trial yet, and I'd like to do that. So that's probably the next step if I do progress again. There is one clinical trial at the moment that uses ctDNA. Yes, so which is a good option for me. Having said that, because it's only in my brain, there's more ctDNA in my cerebrospinal fluid, so I'd need to have a lumbar puncture. And I'm not sure if I can do that just yet. I'm happy to do it, but I'm not sure if any clinicians would be offering that to me as an option.
And you know that that's a procedure that's being used in the USA, you were saying?
So lumbar puncture is actually a fairly common procedure in Australia for other things, and I know that there are some clinical trials for example, Alzheimer's, where they do use the lumbar puncture. So there are participants who are willing to do that, to get onto clinical trials to examine what's going on in their brain. So it's a good way to work it out.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Anita, what's your experience been like with clinical trials and accessing new medicines?
With the brain surgery that I had, that's how I was able to afford to get the testing done. Well, I didn't have to pay for it because I went through a clinical trial. So I was very fortunate to get on a clinical trial to get that tested. My experience in the beginning, there were a couple of clinical trials open, but none that were available to me through circumstances. But can I just touch on clinical trials? So as a group of ALK patients, we have a quite proactive, strong network of advocates. And we also have some very good clinicians around the country. And one particular clinician who's passionate about ALK positive, we collaborated. So a group of ALK patients collaborated with a group of clinicians to come up with our own DynaMALK trial. It's probably more a study than a trial, but nevertheless, we approached pharmaceutical companies, or the clinician approached pharmaceutical companies to fund this clinical trial. And they were interested in one arm of newly diagnosed patients only. And we said, well, it's to do with blood biopsies. We'd like to be a part of that as well. So in collaboration, we created arm 2 of the trial and self-funded it. So we went out there to the public, family and friends and organisations to try and raise $130,000 so that we could be, people who'd been diagnosed before could get access to Arm B of this trial. And people like Rare Cancers, the Lung Foundation of Australia, the Thoracic Oncology Group of Australia rallied in, donated substantial amount of money as well as all our family and friends and raffles and whatever we could do to raise the money. So sometimes it's worth looking outside the box for clinical trials as well.
It's such an incredible example of consumer-led activity based on what really matters to the community. I think that's quite profound. Very happy to support that, and I hope it goes very well.
So it's open now?
It's open now?
Royal North Shore and Peter Mac. They've got 2 participants and we're wanting 40.
40,
so
that's right.
I'm sure they'll get there.
Yeah, absolutely. I just noticed we're running out of time. I was having so much fun. So can you just give us your last little messages that you'd like, I guess, the audience and the broader community to hear today? It's such a pleasure to listen to you.
I'm really passionate about genomics in cancer. I really think it's the way forward for cancer patients in general. I think this pan-cancer approach and working with rare cancers is really important to me to drive this forward into the health system to help make change.
Nita?
Same here, genomics forever. Yes. If I see that...
Is that a 4?
I see that if everybody gets, on first diagnosis, gets full genomic panel sequencing, then you get an open picture of what you have to deal with. And also clinical trials all around. Clinical trials give early access to medicines that aren't available on the PBS, and they also just show us what's going on with that drug. So clinical trials, genomics, sequencing.
Perfect. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Thanks, Christine, and a big special thanks to Alison and Anita. Give them another round of applause for sharing their patient experiences with us. You know, ultimately, that's why we are doing this. That's why we are all here. It's for the patients. It's for people like Anita and Alison, and any of you watching at home or sitting in the room to get information out to you that's going to help you. So our next speaker is Tiffany Bortwood. She's the Managing Director of Australian Genomics, and this is an Australian government initiative that supports genomic research and how it can be translated into clinical practice. And you just heard in that last session just how important genomics is. Tiffany has 25 years' experience in molecular biology, leading academic programs, collaborating internationally. She served on the World Economic Forum on Global Future Council for Biotechnology and the WHO Collective Global Network for Rare Diseases. And she's going to share with us the roadmap for genomics in Australia. So please welcome Tiffany Bortwood.
Thank you, Sophie, and hello everybody, and welcome to those who are joining us online as well. It is just so wonderful to be joining the conversation here today, and I'd like to also acknowledge, Ali and Anita, thank you for sharing your experiences. I think, Jane and I were discussing last night, do we need to give a bit of a preamble about genomics? But I think in sharing your experiences, you've also really demonstrated the importance of genomics to really manage cancer and rare and less common cancers in particular. So thank you. So as we begin, I would also like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of country, the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people, and all the various nations that are joining us today virtually. And I'd also like to recognise what a difficult time this is for the First Nations peoples of Australia. Now, I actually had the pleasure of joining CANFORUM in 2016. And at that event, I spoke... My slides don't work. Sorry, bear with me. I'm pressing the green button. Hey, there we go. All right, back. Now back. We actually did practice yesterday, Excellent. So, in 2016, I spoke of how rare and less common cancers had affected my family, as it has so many of us, and our loved ones. I spoke of the sense of waste and futility against rare and less common cancers, and the fact that the management of these cancers has not kept pace with health innovation. Forward. I also spoke of the dangers of incrementalism and the fact that staying on the same path of treatment and practice will not suffice for such a, when there's disruptive technologies available. And I spoke of the need to grasp the nettle and really embrace genomics as a disruptive technology that can change the outcomes for peoples with rare and less common cancers and other genetic disorders. So, slide. Why don't I just do this when it's not pretty out? No, back one, blue. Thank you. So how have we advanced in those last 7 years since I last spoke in this forum? How is Australian healthcare adapting and adopting genomics to tackle rare and less common cancers? And are we keeping pace with international best practice? Excellent, thank you. So the promise versus the challenges of advanced health technologies is a Gordian knot that we have struggled with for years. Thank you all. Okay. How do we realise the benefits of genomic interventions in a health system ill-equipped to deal with them and adopt them? Some of these challenges have been unpacked in various sort of policy reports. So there was the New Frontiers report, the Zimmerman-Freelander report that addressed many of these policy changes, and Mike remains a staunch advocate for the need to adopt these changes. We are seeing some of those progress, such as in the HTA review by Medicines Australia. The Cancer Australia is progressing a national framework for genomics in cancer control, and of course today the launch of the rarefication report, which, as Christine says, outlines recommendations that are reasonable and rational and should be achievable for Australia. The challenge we all face here today is that the promise of advanced health technology will not be realised for Australians without a paradigm shift. A novel, transformative approach that needs to be nationally coordinated, it needs to be powered by data, health data, it needs to be supported by health technology assessment reform, and it needs to be based on research investment. But adaptation is hard. And in the eyes of families and people living with cancer, it's all too slow. Hey, the Australian health ecosystem is complex, with shared responsibility for health delivery between the Commonwealth and state and territory governments. And in that, we have the incumbent risk of cost shifting and responsibility shifting between these stakeholders and payers. Then if we overlay the Australian genomic health ecosystem, we get another layer of complexity, with intersections between research and clinical practice and the need for a virtuous cycle between research and clinical practice, the need for rapid evaluation, assessment and uptake of genomic health interventions, and a health technology assessment system that requires a major overhaul to adapt and be responsive to innovative health technologies, as well as legislative change that needs to come through to protect Australians to fully adopt genomic technologies. So, as the report states, the implementation of genomic medicine will really require a revolution across the healthcare system involving data, involving health technology assessment and evidence through policy, through education of our publics as well as our workforce and research to really drive this evidence-based healthcare. But I do have hope. There is gathering momentum behind genomic implementation into healthcare and driving genomic cancer diagnosis and cure for Australians. So Australian Genomics, we were funded by a NHMRC targeted call for research in 2016. And we were charged with preparing Australia for the revolution in genomics in healthcare. We undertook 19 different clinical cohort studies across rare diseases and cancers and built evidence through those cohort studies to look at cost effectiveness and clinical implementation of genomic technologies. We developed resources for the community as well as for upskilling health professionals, and we also developed infrastructure for genomic information management and health information management to ensure that Australia was digitally ready for undertaking the genomic revolution into healthcare. We've been busy, which is probably why I look substantially less fresh-faced than I did in 2016. But now it's a bit twitchy. And we're not alone. So there are global efforts to support the implementation and integration of genomics into healthcare. So Australian Genomics is a driver project for the Global Alliance for Genomics and Health, which sounds a bit Star Warsy, but there you go. And as a driver project for the GA4GH, we get up at all hours to talk genomic data with genomic data geeks from across the globe, and it's wonderful. Only through these genomic global efforts can we progress genomic data sharing, knowledge sharing, for the benefit of not only Australians, but for all humanity. The World Health Organization recently convened a 15-member technical advisory group on genomics in response to the WHO's first Science Council report to the Director General, which provided 15 recommendations to support global benefit of genomics to all nations. It focuses on advocacy and promotion, implementation, collaboration, and ethical, legal, and social issues. We had our first meeting in Geneva just a couple of weeks ago, and there's clear recognition for the need to support the implementation and access to genomics, not only for low and middle income countries around the world, but also to underserved communities within our high income countries. And I think this is where an area that Australia still has a lot of work to go. If we look at examples from the NHS England Genomic Medicine Strategy, for example, they're now upscaling their activities to meet the needs of thousands of patients a week for comprehensive cancer profiling, so that this, genomic-informed healthcare is available now. It's just not available here. So this is an image I'm sure you're all familiar with. It adorns your walls next to your favourite band photos. Why have I got the Department of Health and Aged Care up on the screen? So in February we had a restructure to the Department of Health and Aged Care. So this was last year's structure, of course. Last year genomics was in the remit of the Strategic Policy Branch, which also, has it got a duva? No duva. You'll just have to imagine. There we go. So it was under the Strategic Policy Branch, and the later stages under Blair Excel as the DepSec, and the lovely Claire Firth was taking care of this work. This branch also deals with research, NHMRC, the MRFF. So genomics was considered sort of future strategy, still gathering evidence, still a maybe on the horizon. If we look to this year's structure, under Renee Lucchese and the Penny Shakespeare's portfolio of health resourcing, there's been established a new branch within the department, Genomics and Health Technology Assessment Branch. And the importance of this, in my mind, is that genomics is no longer a future vision, a maybe in the space of research. It is now. They are considering implementation of genomics through health resourcing and how to implement it sustainably into healthcare. And I can say after 8 years in this particular gig and about as many DepSecs, I've never worked with a branch that has been so engaged, so willing to come to conferences and chat with patients and people with lived experience than Renee Lucchese and her branch. There's really been a shift in culture within the department, and that really is something that offers me hope. And Genomics Australia, yay. So Genomics Australia was announced by the former Minister Greg Hunt pre-election. It survived the change in government and also the October budget, though I had a dicey evening there where I wasn't sure it did, and is now moving forward. So an expert advisory group has been convened, chaired by my boss, Catherine North, with Penny Shakespeare, that is providing advice to the Health Technology Genomics Collaboration, which is like the new flavour of RMAC, about the roles and priorities of a national genomics entity. And they're also seeking guidance from the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Advisory Group on genomics. Okay. So why are Genomics Australia? So I think there's certainly been a number of consultations over the past few years that point to the fact that there needs to be a national coordinated approach to the development of genomic policy, irrespective of the shared responsibility for implementation of healthcare, sort of at the state and territory level. We need to look at barriers to adoption of genomics from both the digital readiness perspective, but also the policy perspective that Jane will be touching on. And we need to also ensure that we're bringing the public with us, that we're responsive to societal shifts and perspectives about adopting new technologies into healthcare. Oops. I thought I was going to go for it again. No, all good. So potential roles and priorities of Genomics Australia, these are still being defined by the expert advisory group, reporting to the collaboration in conjunction with the Indigenous Advisory Group on Genomics. But these are some of the early themes that are coming out in those discussions. There's certainly an emphasis on genomic information management and ensuring that aligns with the Commonwealth's digital health agenda that they're currently progressing through My Health Record, etc. The importance of workforce capability and capacity, I believe, will be a big emphasis of Genomics Australia. But I think too, keeping that sort of watchful lens on consistent, safe and equitable access to genomic technologies, not only for common conditions, but also the rare and less common conditions. So I do hope, I remain vigilant, but I do hope. And I think, so I'm pissed off at the pace of change. I don't want to be here in another 7 years and still banging the genomics drum. But I think, importantly, we are seeing shifts at a structural level in the Department of Health. So we all need to navigate this course between the devil of, there we go, the status quo and inertia in healthcare, and the deep blue sea of the complexity and challenge of integrating genomics into healthcare. I will continue to have discussions about the legislative changes that we need to support genomics. I will continue to agitate for changes to health technology assessment to better support the integration of genomics. And this is where the work of advocates like Rare Cancers Australia is so critical, that we do not accept complacency and incrementalism. And we do fight ongoingly for health system adaptation and adoption for the better of all patients with rare and less common cancers. Thank you.
Tiff, thank you. Thank you, Tiff. That was a really great understanding and gave us a really good insight into genomics in Australia, how complex it is, and it was also interesting to hear what's happening in other countries like the UK with the NHS managing to get those changes that we need. And I'm sure you'll agree from hearing Tiff's presentation that there's great potential for genomic-driven care to really make a difference. But what are the other implications when it comes to genomics? Our next speaker is going to be talking about some of those, some of the broader consequences of genomics. Dr. Jane Tiller is a lawyer, a genetic counsellor and a public health researcher. She looks at the ethical, legal and social issues related to genomics. She's a founding member of the Australian Genetic Non-Discrimination Working Group, and she's at Monash University and she's a senior project coordinator at Australian Genomics. Please welcome Dr. Jane Tiller.
Hello all, and thank you. Let's see if I can battle with the PowerPoint and see if I can get it to move. I'd like to echo what everyone else has said so far about the power and the promise of genomics. It cannot be underestimated, and it cannot be overestimated. We can't overestimate how much power there is in genomics to change cancer and the face of public health. And some of the things that it can do across the life course are really amazing, from reproductive carrier testing to testing newborns at birth, to testing adults for preventive DNA screening, disease diagnosis that's accurate, effective treatment, and now into the frontier of gene therapy. But, and you've seen my title, so you all knew this was coming, there are so many things that we haven't figured out that we need to figure out before we will be ready for the genomic revolution, really. And I am here as someone who is a passionate advocate for public health and a passionate advocate for genomics. I'm not an ethics person that says, oh, we need to hold off, we need to stop moving forward because of all these ethical problems. I'm here saying we must adopt genomics and we must adopt it quickly, but we must look at these things and we must address these things so that we're able to do that in a way that is effective for public health. Now, these are some of the things, there are many, many considerations that we need to think about, but these are some of the things I'm going to try and cover off on today and give you a flavour of the things that I think we need to be focusing on. The first one is a question of data and a few different considerations about genomic data. The first being a question of who owns it. Now, this is more than just questions about who owns tissue samples and cell lines. These are really interesting things that ethicists think about. But for me, I'm more concerned about issues that are practical right now, like who controls the disclosure of genomic information? Who owns it? A lot of people who have genetic testing will say, well, that's my information. I had the test, that's my health information, and our health structure says that belongs to you. We protect your confidentiality, and only you can control the disclosure or sharing of that information. But there's an emerging question around the duty to warn, for example. What about the fact that if you have a genetic mutation that is heritable, all of your family members are also at risk? They might not know about this. Do you as an individual, or does your healthcare practitioner have a duty to tell those people and to let them know that they might also be at risk, especially if there's something that can be done about their risk, especially if they don't yet have cancer or another disease? This was considered in the UK a few years ago in the ABC case that you might have heard of. There was a father who had Huntington's disease, and he asked his doctors not to tell his daughter that she might also be at risk. And she did have Huntington's disease in the end. She ended up having a child, and she sued the hospital. She said, "You should have told me about this." Now, the court didn't find that they had a duty to tell her, but they did find that there was a duty to weigh up those different considerations between his confidentiality and her right to know this information. I've written about this, and if you whip out your phones, you can access that QR code. If you'd like to know more, there'll be a few different QR codes through this presentation. But in short, in Australia, there is actually a discretion in this area. A health professional who knows that a family member is at risk does have a discretion to tell them even without the consent of their patient, but they have to follow certain guidelines. However, as I said, many patients see genetic information as belonging solely to them. They resist this kind of thing, especially if they have difficult family relationships. Many health professionals don't know that this discretion exists, and they don't know how to apply it. And this is something that certainly isn't done with regularity in Australia. Which leads us to a question of cascade testing, which is the practice of testing the next generation or family members who are also at risk. We call it cascade testing because you can cascade down through generations. In my view, this is the lowest hanging fruit of public health and genomics and preventive medicine. If we find the first person, maybe they've presented with a cancer, we do testing and we say, oh, you're at risk. All of these people around them who are at risk are really easy to find. All you have to do is tell them that they can have a test, give them the test, and then find the result. But we find, again, many of these people aren't getting the information they need, and they're not getting the testing they need. And they're just sitting there in society, walking around as ticking time bombs. So a question internationally has been raised, what about direct notification with patient consent? So what about health professionals saying, do you consent to me telling your relatives, writing them a letter directly, cutting out that difficult communication that can be there between the patient and their family members? And this has been done successfully in many countries. There have been almost 100 documented different trials internationally that have shown unequivocally this practice increases the rate of cascade testing. But in Australia, there's a real concern that this is a breach of privacy, and many health professionals will say, we can't do that. That's breaching the privacy, not of the patient who's consented, but of the relative who's been written to. Now, I don't think it is one. Again, I've written about this, and a lot of the opinions I have here today aren't universal, but that's what we're here for, disruptive conversations. I don't think this is a breach of privacy, and I've analysed the federal and the state privacy legislation, and I think this can be done in a way that respects privacy within those laws. And I think it's something that we really need to be looking at in Australia in terms of how can we utilise what we already have and the information we already have to make sure that all of these people find out about their risk. There's also a question of what about the right to know? What if people don't want to know this information? And I think that's been overused for many years. This idea that people don't want to know about genetic risk isn't supported by research in any way, and there are many people who've done research that shows the vast majority of people, when asked would they like to be offered this kind of information, say Of course I would. And the number of people who say, I can't believe a health professional would consider not offering me life-saving genetic information is vast. And so this right not to know, I think, is really a bit of a trap, and it really doesn't reflect what people would actually like to be offered in Australia. And the final question is around whether this becomes a public health obligation or a legal liability. People often say to me, what if I write to a relative directly and I get sued? You know, I'm worried that it is a breach of privacy. And what I say and what I firmly believe is that it's more likely in the next 5 to 10 years that someone will be sued for not telling a relative that they're at risk than that somebody will be sued because they offered a relative life-saving genetic information. So I think we really need to start thinking very carefully about this, be proactive and start thinking about ways that we can do this safely rather than waiting for the courts to tell us, actually this is an obligation and an ethical duty that you need to move into. Next, just touching on the privacy of genetic data. We don't have good privacy protections in Australia generally. We don't have a good privacy regime for genetic data. And you may have all seen in the last week or so news of the hackers have got to genetic data. We've had our first known genetic hack of 23andMe. There have been offers of genetic data through that sold on the dark web, or at least offered. I'm not sure whether anyone can prove that someone's bought it. And this raises questions of what are the consequences of this kind of breach and do we know how to deal with it? We're still grappling with what do we do about data breaches of personal information? What are the remedies? How do we compensate someone for the stealing and the use of the genetic data? And what are going to be the consequences if people can't trust when they do a genetic test that their data will be kept private from this kind of hack? This isn't something I have an answer to, but it is something that we have not addressed and need to address if we're going to have wide-scale genetic testing and huge repositories of genetic data. Next, around secondary uses of data. So this is where people are consenting. Obviously, you don't consent to a breach, but when you are filling in your consent form around your genetic testing, what are you consenting to and is it what you think you're consenting to? And I'm picking again on 23andMe, but they for many years have had an agreement with GSK where they share access to their databases for data mining. And this has been very productive. Certainly there have been a few interesting targets have been found. But I think it's pretty accepted that most people, when they consent to research, secondary research, don't think that what will happen is that the company will make money off selling off their data or access to their data. And so there's a question around, are people really consenting to what they think they're consenting to when that happens? And this is something we need to think about in our own research, where we have consent where additional research isn't optional. And that for a long time has been pretty standard. If you sign up to a research project, part of that is you consent to additional research being done. Now, some believe that this is completely justified. If someone is benefiting from publicly funded research, then they should also allow their research to be given for the benefit of the public. Other people take a different view. And in the study that we're doing at the moment, we've decided not to do that. We've said people can sign up to research just to have that research. They don't need to consent to anything else, and we have cascading options where they can say, actually destroy my data as soon as you've used it. Now, we sacrifice research potential for that, but it's important to us that people can just sign up for the test that they're having for that purpose. And then a question of returning results to the participants. If we're looking at people's genetic data and we're doing studies or we have biobanks and we find that they have genetic variants that maybe predispose them to disease, things that they can do something about, are we contacting them to offer that information back? And for many years this wasn't being done, not all biobanks do it. But there's an emerging acceptance that this is really ethically a priority and that we shouldn't be looking at people's data and finding things out about them that could be of relevance and benefit for them and their families without at least contacting them and offering that back. This isn't something that is required of every research study. And again, I think this is something we need to look at as we have more and more genetic research, is requiring researchers to have a plan for giving this information back when they find it. And finally, on data, the question of discrimination. Many of you might know this is one of my big areas of research, and I've promised Richard that I'll keep it short. But it is really critical. Genetic discrimination in life insurance in Australia is still legal under an exception to the Disability Discrimination Act. That means a life insurer can deny you cover or increase your premiums on the basis of your genetic risk. That's not the case for private health insurance. Health insurance is not underwritten in Australia, which means everyone gets the same level of cover for the same cost, and so you don't have to worry about that when taking out your health insurance. So we've been focusing primarily on life insurance, and I ran a study for the last 3 years that we released a report on a few months ago. And again, you can access and read that report. It really showed that discrimination is still happening in Australia, and many people choose not to have genetic testing because they're afraid of these life insurance implications. That has a big impact on public trust and engagement in genomics and the ability to move forward with genomics programs. This is something that we've had a lot of speeches in Parliament about recently. We made recommendations in our report that there be legislative change to prohibit this, as has happened in many other countries. We had 9 speeches in the last sitting week in Parliament asking for policy reform, including a motion brought by Josh Burns, who's the chair of the Human Rights Committee. This is something that's now being looked at closely by Stephen Jones, who's the Financial Services Minister. And one of the biggest things you can do today to make change, if you're interested in health policy, is to access that QR code and to be part of our MP campaign. So these letters to MPs are being read closely, they are being looked at, they are the subject of speeches in Parliament, and if you write to your MP, it will be read and it will make a difference to what we're doing. So as I said, we're focusing primarily on life insurance because that's been our concern, but we're having emerging concerns in private health insurance. As I said, your underwriting isn't affected, but we had a woman last year, 38 years old, with private health insurance cover, who had a BRCA1 mutation. She hadn't had cancer, but when she tried to have her preventive surgery to have her ovaries and fallopian tubes removed, they denied her cover on the basis that that result was a pre-existing condition, having that mutation. Now, we tried to help her, we had pro bono assistance, and we tried to help her fight that. In the end, she had to wait out her 12 months, and I can report she has had her surgery and all of her tissue is clear, which is a great outcome for her. But this is really concerning because as, again, we get more and more genetic information, we see more and more ways that insurers and other entities can use that against people, and we need to be very vigilant against that. Moving now to questions of access and equity, and starting with geographical issues. We know that where you live, whether it's rural or regional or metropolitan, has a big impact on your access to appointments, specialists, even GPs who are knowledgeable enough to send you to genetics. And we know that that feeds into a real difference with access to genetic testing. I've sat in a room where it was acknowledged that if a patient had come into a major metropolitan hospital, they would have had testing offered to them completely covered. But because they had come in to a regional clinic, the budget was different for that clinic, and so therefore that testing wasn't going to be offered to that patient. And that's ridiculous, and that's not okay. We know access to clinical trials can be difficult if people have difficulty travelling, and treatment and services, and this is something that we really need to think about as we put more money into major tertiary hospitals and trials and areas. What are we doing about people who live in underprivileged or geographically isolated areas? Financial equity is also really important. You might have looked at my stories about 23andMe and said, sure, but what about clinical genetics? These people are just off getting ancestry testing. But we know that if we don't offer people publicly funded genetic testing, they will start going to places like 23andMe and other possibly even less reputable places to try and get genetic information. People are desperate for information, and as it becomes cheaper, they will get that any way they can. One way we can offer this is through population DNA screening, and this is something that we're doing at Monash through the DNA Screen pilot study. We're almost finished the study. We launched just over a year ago, and we're testing 10,000 18 to 40-year-olds for predictive testing for different cancers, hereditary breast and ovarian cancer, Lynch syndrome, as well as a heart disease gene. In the first week of launching this study, we had over 20,000 people sign up for the study. It just shows the enormous interest there is in getting this kind of predictive and preventive health information through genomics. and we have to date returned over 7,000 results, and we're finding about 2% of people have one of these mutations. And so we're already showing this big public health impact of this kind of screening. It is something that is cost effective now, it's something that we should be doing already, and it's something that we really need to start moving into. There's lots of things we can look at in the future, but these are things we can do already, things that we can do now that we're not doing yet. But, and I'll just highlight this email, I get emails like this all the time from people who are invited to be part of DNA Screen, and we tell them about the insurance implications, and they say, in that case, maybe I won't have this test. It touches every part of genomics, it touches every part of genetic testing, and it needs to be solved so that people don't make decisions about this kind of thing based on their financial problems or their financial concerns. And finally, cultural equity issues. We know that access to health services generally and genetic services is impacted for people in Torres Strait Islander and Aboriginal communities and other culturally and linguistically diverse communities. We know there are challenges with building trust in these communities, partially based on how these things have been managed in the past. And there's little capacity often within current services for targeted and culturally sensitive approaches to these communities. This is something that we have sought funding for in the past, that we will continue to seek funding for, and I know there are lots of things that are trying to be done in this area, but it's something we need to be constantly aware of. Which leads us to the question of workforce and resourcing. Do we have enough? And the answer is absolutely no. We know that genetic services are chronically underfunded in Australia. The wait times are enormous in some places and they're highly variable, but in some places you'll be waiting 6 to 12 months just to get an initial appointment to see someone in a genetic service. We know that there's a shortage of genetic counsellors, nobody has enough, and we know that there's a shortage of jobs for genetic counsellors. And that sounds counterintuitive, how can both of those things be? But that's because there is not enough money to employ the genetic counsellors that are needed to do the jobs that need to be done, and the services just keep stretching. We also know that there are things like space constraints, which seem easy to solve but aren't solved, and I've heard stories from genetic services who say we're trying to streamline our services by having telehealth consultations, but we can't because we don't have a room with a door that can be shut for the privacy that's needed for that consultation. And that's outrageous. You know, that seems like a very easy problem to solve. And if you're telling me your wait time is enormous because you don't have a room with a door, someone needs to do something about that. So obviously, what can we do? More funding is needed for genetic services, but we also need better efficiencies. We can't be having an hour-long conversation with every person in Australia considering having a genetic test. We need to find better ways to streamline those services. We need better recognition of genetic counsellors. We are masters qualified health professionals. We should not be doing enormous amounts of admin. A precious resource should always be used only for the purpose that it is primarily qualified for, and so we should be employing admin to do admin, and we should be allowing genetic counsellors just to do what they need to be doing, and we need better use of space. Preventive care. We know that this is a huge problem in Australia, and as we find more and more people who are at risk of genetic conditions, more and more people who can prevent genetic conditions, that will lead to far more stress on downstream care and resources, and this is something that we need to be conscious of. If we find more Lynch syndrome carriers, for example, we will need a lot more colonoscopies. We can't be telling people, here's this information, here's what you can do about it, and then say, oh, by the way, it'll take you 3 years to get on the waiting list for that, and so maybe you'll get cancer anyway. More BRCA1 and 2 carriers, more screening, more preventive surgeries. We've already seen stories come out this year of numerous women who've developed breast cancer while they're on waiting lists to have surgeries, and that's in the public system and in the private system where they've been classed as elective surgeries. Women wait for 12 months or more and then find, oh, I've got cancer already because I couldn't have that preventive surgery. Now, we can't be saying let's massively increase access to genetic testing and then say, well, these downstream services aren't funded and so people can't get this care. And then something else I called associated services. And I work in the preventive space, and so I often think a lot about prevention and public health, but this can equally apply to a lot of things within treatment and cancer, things that are needed once you find out the information through genomics, which then aren't available, aren't funded, aren't accessible, or there are huge waiting lists. But things like IVF and pre-implantation genetic diagnosis, which can be offered to people to stop passing on a gene, for example, to their children. But again, if you're told this is available to you, but it will cost you thousands and thousands of dollars and you might not be able to afford that, what do people do with that information? Should we publicly fund the offer of PGD to everybody who needs this kind of thing? If we don't, it becomes an equity issue. And if we do, there are a whole heap of ethical concerns we need to think about with that as well. You know, if we decide it's cost effective to give this genetic testing because people will prevent passing it on, do we then require people to take use of that technology? And we need to be careful that we're not moving into an era where we pressure people to take up certain things just because we've decided that they're cost effective. So that is many things that I think about on a daily basis, and there are of course many, many more considerations and many, many more things I could say about all of those things. I'm very happy to continue this conversation and very happy to take any questions, but I think there's a whole heap of health policy things that we need to think about in order to be ready for the genomics revolution.
Thank you, Jane. And Jane's going to be on our panel, which is after morning tea. So if you did have any questions that you thought of during that great presentation, hang on to them and you will have a chance to ask Jane some questions when we come back and do our panel discussion. That was a really comprehensive analysis and just gave us a really good understanding of just how complex this issue is when it comes to genetics. And I think what came out of that really for me was that genetic discrimination really is real, and we do need to be thinking about ways that we can move the dial. And like Jane said, contacting your local MP actually makes a really big difference. Jane was telling me last night that MPs, they look at how many people are emailing them, their constituents. They care about what their constituents care about. So if you're concerned about genetics and discrimination, let your local member know, and they will hopefully do something about it. It's one way that we can get change happening. So we're going to take a short break now, and for those of you in the room, we're going to just step outside to have morning tea, where we had a cup of tea this morning. If you're joining virtually, we'll be back for session 2 at 11:05. So we'll see you then.
is gonna be alright. Everything is gonna be alright.
get you to take your seats, ladies and gentlemen. Just take your seats as quickly as possible. Thank you. So we can get underway with our session 2 of Rare Cancers Australia CANFORUM23. So this morning's session was really about setting the scene and giving you a bit of an understanding of the complexity of genomics. But now we're going to explore some of the opportunities and the perspective of those who are most affected. And our first speaker for this session is Caitlin Delaney. She's an IVF scientist with more than 20 years' experience in healthcare. She became a patient herself when she was diagnosed with stage 4 ovarian cancer in 2017. She's become a passionate advocate for equity in cancer care, including equal access to genomics, especially for patients with advanced and rare cancers. Genetic testing and subsequent targeted therapies have enabled Caitlin, as you'll hear in her great talk, to outlive her original prognosis and to witness her young daughter's many milestones. Please give a big warm welcome to Caitlin Delaney.
Thank you, Rare Cancers and patients, patient advocates, and everyone here representing pharmaceutical companies, government, and patient organisations. You are all here today because you know what is possible. So thank you very much. Now, I know that some of you have experience with cancer directly or through a loved one. And if you haven't already, you will one day, as we know that 1 in 2 Australians will be diagnosed by age 85 with cancer. So that is half this room. And if you're that lucky 50% that don't get cancer, someone you know will. And that's probably going to happen a lot sooner than you think. There was a recent paper published in the British Medical Journal recently, and I think the statistic is an 80% increase over the last 3 decades in cancer incidence in under 50-year-olds. And prediction models also indicate that those aged between 40 to 49 will be the most affected in the next 10 years. Oh yeah, there I am. So I've got a bit of a montage in the background, nothing else that exciting. So that's people like me. I live with incurable stage 4 clear cell ovarian cancer, and that is a rare and nasty form of the deadliest women's cancer. On paper, I should be dead by now. And when diagnosed in 2017, aged 39, I had just started a family with the man in my dreams. As an IVF scientist and manager, I was busy working in a new role after the birth of my second daughter. I was fit, I swam and walked to work every day, and I danced. And I was pretty smug. I always used to tease my husband that I would outlive him because I married a younger man. You know, that in my family, everyone lived to their 80s and 90s, and I guess longevity skipped that generation with me. And probably like yourself, I thought that cancer was something that happened to other people, not me. Having worked in healthcare my entire life, I understand that compassionate care is critical and that a patient's outcomes are directly related to how informed their medical team are. So when diagnosed, I knew that I had to get the best surgeon, get second and third etc. opinions, and self-advocate. And I also knew I had to be a likeable patient to get the compassionate care I needed. But I didn't realise just how disempowered and vulnerable patients are, and that not all cancers are created or treated equal. Access to life-saving tests and treatments should be a choice for patients, not a privilege or a postcode or tumour lottery. As an advanced and rare cancer patient, I am often disadvantaged, and I feel that I am in the too hard basket, with resources going to easier wins, to cancers that are easier to diagnose and treat. Accessibility to latest genetic tests, treatments, and clinical trials I have seen is not only dictated by the type and stage of cancer a patient has, but also by where they live, their background, their age, their bank balance, who their oncologist is, and how empowered and informed the patient is. And don't get me wrong, I am obviously extremely grateful to still be here today, nearly 7 years post-diagnosis. And that's in part due to luck and tenacity. But I really believe that it has been my ability to self-advocate for the right genetic tests at the right time and the personalised treatments that has kept me alive this long, making those sliding door moments open in my favour. And excuse me while I drink water. Some of you may know that when you have lots of treatment, you get a very dry mouth all the time. So bear with me. Oh, maybe I don't want that one just yet. Sorry. Not sure what happened there. Okay, that's okay. So with limited time, I'm just going to touch briefly on these sliding door moments. After grueling chemo and surgery, I did actually obtain cancer-free status, and I remained cancer-free with the help of maintenance therapy Avastin, or bevacizumab, which was PBS funded just for 1 year. That saved me $45,000. I sourced funding to stay on Avastin for a second year, despite numerous clinicians saying not to bother, that there was no evidence to support doing so, and that I shouldn't pay for it. Well, there's evidence now, and that's really my choice. Doctors shouldn't make assumptions as a public patient that I can't afford to pay for treatments. Months after stopping Avastin, at the beginning of 2020, the cancer came back in my liver and numerous lymph nodes. I now know that I need to be on Avastin or something similar for the rest of my life. So in 2020, standard chemo didn't work straight away. And now I was facing incurable and rare disease. I heard numerous times the following sentiments, which some of you may be familiar with. We are in uncharted territory. We don't know what to do next. There just aren't any more evidence-based treatments available for your type of cancer. It was driving me crazy. So having a rare cancer means, as you know, one is often not a candidate for many clinical trials, nor PBS-listed drugs, which could prolong life. There are simply not enough people to warrant a trial or to gather meaningful data. And by definition, there never will be. As famous as Dr. Sagan says, absence of evidence does not mean evidence of absence. And it was actually my tumour genetic profile. I have, surprisingly for my pathology, the HRD and ATM mutations, an extrapolation of previous clinical data that enabled me to access Keytruda, which is immunotherapy, and Lenvima, a VEGF inhibitor, off-label, meaning the drugs have been approved for a cancer different to mine. I did have to access my life insurance to afford these at up to $12,000 a month. This was a sound investment, given that they kept my disease relatively stable for 2.5 years. That's why I'm still here today, and enabled me to witness many family milestones, including my eldest daughter turn double digits. And here I was thinking I would escape raising teenage girls. So sadly, this drug combo has stopped working, and I now have new disease in my lung and other lymph nodes. My third opinion oncologist, who I love, overseas recommend testing my tumour tissue recently for the HER2 mutation, a test not normally offered to ovarian cancer patients. And I'm positive. So HER2 clinical trials are the next step. Genomics are yet again offering my family and I that ever elusive hope. As I said, not really much going on the slides there. So in the comprehensive rarefication report, I love how Richard Vine says, the number of different types of cancer is exactly equal to the number of cancer patients. Essentially, a person's cancer is as unique as their fingerprint. So if all cancers are unique and rare, we need to do things differently. Pardon me. I believe that we need to do the following. Firstly, we need to create a compassionate and patient-centred inclusive policy for all cancer patients. As we move from a one-size-fits-all treatment model, we need to ensure that all cancer patients are offered into a more personalised approach. We need to ensure that all cancer patients are offered the right genetic tests and personalised treatments at the right time. And this can be done via a national genomic strategy as outlined in the report. We also need to fast-track the process of bench to bedside for promising new treatments. As cancer patients, we just don't have time. It is not on our side. And current healthcare models and policy must catch up with the science if we want to ensure that no patient is left behind. Thirdly, we need to change how we view evidence-based. Health technology assessment models, which were traditionally built using evidence-based algorithms, need to incorporate a more living evidence approach, one that considers each patient's unique cancer. I am my own data, N equals 1, and I know that my data is actually being used to help other patients around the world. We also need to ensure that targeted and individualised therapies are standard of care and that future and current oncologists are across the latest science, not just archaic evidence-based treatments. An oncologist actually did once say to me, "It doesn't matter what type of ovarian cancer you have, we just treat all ovarian cancer the same." Whew, wow, that was a real turning point for me. That was when I knew I really had to self-advocate to stay alive. We also need to create, ideally, one reliable, transparent, truly collaborative and sophisticated AI-powered database where individual tumour genomics are incorporated into treatment algorithms for selecting the best, most current treatment and trials available globally for each person's cancer. We have such rich data we can tap into, and this should be made accessible to all patients and oncologists for shared decision-making. The patient must be an active participant with regards to treatment decisions. And after all, this is what true patient-centred care is. And of course, all of this can only happen with increased funding into genomics and precision oncology, as outlined in the report. So I just want to wrap up by saying that I know I am lucky to be health literate, but most patients are not so lucky. I see these patients slip through the cracks every day, as does Rare Cancers. I see the confusion, anger, and fear in their eyes. Sorry, I get emotional when I think about all these patients. When they realise that they haven't been offered these tests or treatments that other patients have. They contact me, desperate for hope. I watch some of these patients die much, much earlier than they should. And this is a tragedy that plays out in our healthcare system every day. And it is exhausting being a cancer patient. So if you became that 1 in 2 tomorrow, would you want to be the patient left behind? Would you know where to look for the latest, best treatments, which may be overseas, or be able to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars for them? No. And as someone who has worked hard and paid taxes your entire adult life, wouldn't you expect the government to fund the best standard of care available? Yeah. So let's work together, change our attitude to risk, and be innovative and creative in our thinking. Not just talk about it, let's act on it and press go on this genomics revolution. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Caitlin. We really appreciate your input today. You're an amazing advocate, and genomics really does offer hope. And today is all about taking action. You're going to be hearing throughout the day on actions that all of you in the audience can take to get us to where we need to be in the genomics revolution. So when you need to be thinking, every speaker that you hear today, think about what their call to action is. Think about what action you can all take to make that difference. So our next speaker is Associate Professor Vanessa Tyrrell. She's the co-head of the Personalised Medicine and Program Director of the Zero Childhood Cancer Initiative at the Children's Cancer Institute. She's a recognised leader in her field, and she has unique insights to address policy challenges in genomic technologies that are going to better improve outcomes for us all. Please give her a big warm welcome.
Just going to put that down there, maybe. Thank you very much. And thank you for allowing me to be here today. It's a true privilege to be speaking and representing Zero Childhood Cancer and our amazing teams who make this happen. I'm just the one lucky enough to share it with you. Great. So I'll just give you a little bit of overview of the rationale and a little bit about Zero, the program itself. Cancer is actually the leading cause of death from disease in Australian children, with more than 1,000 children and young adults in Australia diagnosed each year. And around 2,000 children are being treated for cancer at any given time. Now, for those children who do survive, 2/3 of them are suffering serious lifelong side effects, significantly reducing their quality of life and placing a very heavy burden on the health system. Now, while we've done really well over the last 40 years, improving survival rates to more than 80% overall, children are still dying. And the Zero Childhood Cancer National Precision Medicine Program is focused on changing these statistics to improve the lives of all children and families impacted by cancer now and in the future. How are we going about this? Well, these are 8 genomes from 8 different children. They all have the same cancer. It's a deadly brain tumour. The survival rate is 0. But you don't have to be an expert to see that each one of these is vastly different, and yet the outcome is always the same. The message here is that every child and every cancer is unique. We take this and we aim to understand every child and their cancer intimately, integrating everything that we know about them, learning more through crucial research and development, and applying that back into clinical care as fast as we can. Because we really do believe that over time this will increase our ability to make more precise treatment recommendations and drive the development of better new treatments that are more likely to be effective more of the time. But why do we need a program specifically for children, you might ask? Well, children are very different to adults. I think we all know that. And their cancers are very different to adult cancers. They're driven in different ways by different genomic and biological changes. As a group, child cancers are a rare disease. If you think about 1,000 children every year, and within that, there can be up to 150 different types of cancer. It's very rare. So how are we going about making precision genomic medicine work for children with cancer? We began Zero in 2015, running a pilot at the Sydney Children's Hospital Network at Randwick and Westmead, in collaboration with the Kids Cancer Centre at Randwick, to establish a comprehensive precision medicine program and determine if it was even possible to deliver results in a clinically feasible timeframe. And at the time, we said that would be within 12 weeks. Now, off the back of the successful pilot, in 2017, we were able to launch Australia's first ever national comprehensive precision medicine trial for children with high-risk cancer, open at all major paediatric oncology centres around the country. This has been a national effort. You can see that on the map. And we've established a number of international collaborations driving the research both here and abroad. And today we've enrolled over 1,200 children on Zero. So when a child is enrolled on Zero, to maximise the potential to detect pathogenicity, that's the changes driving the cancer, both in the child's tumour and their germline, and work out whether we can target them with a specific treatment, we integrate what we call multi-omic analyses. That includes looking at the whole genome, the whole transcriptome, which is the RNA, and methylation profiling. And we've got a budding or emerging liquid biopsy program as well. We've got very sophisticated computational pipelines, the data of which is analysed and interpreted by our genomic curation team. This information is shared with the National Multidisciplinary Tumour Board, and a clinical research report is issued to the treating clinicians. Now, these clinicians may use these reports to make better informed treatment decisions for their patients. Now, with the high-risk children, where possible, we also perform what we call preclinical in vitro high-throughput laboratory drug screening, as well as attempting to establish patient-derived xenografts, so models of the child's tumour in a laboratory model. Now, what I've just described to you really underpins the broader program's strategic research and development priorities, which we've designed to focus on addressing the gaps in the discovery research, the translation, and the implementation, innovating to constantly improve how we can apply precision medicine for kids with cancer over time. And so we focus on 4 key areas. We're looking at identifying new targets that drive a child's individual cancer, using innovative technologies and really trying to understand more about their cancer. Matching targets to more effective, less toxic treatments, working out more effective ways of monitoring how a child's cancer is behaving. And some of you will have heard about liquid biopsy, and that's one of the approaches that we're taking. And also identifying new diagnostic or prognostic tests that we can use and integrate into the program, like immune profiling. Accessing more clinical trials. So as we expand our ability to match targets to treatments, being able to support new clinical trials coming on board in Australia is really important. And you'll be hearing shortly from David Thomas about Prospect as a really brilliant example of that in the adult space. And then, of course, taking what we learn and planning how to transition personalised medicine from research into the health system and supporting the workforce, the patients and the families within this new model of care. Just want to give you a few highlights from the program itself to date, and then I'll talk about where we're at now and then where we're going in the future. So this is just a quick snapshot on the data from the first roughly 250 children with aggressive cancer, which was published back in 2020. And essentially we can find the molecular basis for the child's cancer in almost all of the cases. We make a personalised treatment recommendation in over 70% of the children. Really importantly, we change the diagnosis 5% of the time, and this has really important treatment implications and comes back to it's not necessarily the tumour type from a histology perspective, but often it matters more about the genomics and what the tumour's doing from a genomic perspective. And we had a much higher than expected number of children who had an inherited genetic variant in their germline that may have contributed to them developing the cancer. And this, of course, has risk implications for other family members. And I've got some information here that's hot off the press as of late last night. But essentially in our cohort, we have over half of the variants that we've found have conferred a higher susceptibility of second cancers after chemotherapy. So it matters what choices you make in treatment decisions at the time. Over half of the patients had genetic risk variants detected by zero that were not detected through standard clinical care, so they wouldn't have been found otherwise. 72% were not known to be associated with that cancer type, right? So we wouldn't have been looking for it. And importantly, 80% of the newly identified variants had cancer surveillance or risk reduction implications for relatives. And over 50% of first-degree relatives had cascade testing. So this is really important information as we move forward. So now, following on from that, I'd just like to share with you some of our latest data. And this is looking at the clinical benefits of precision-guided treatment for close to 400 children for whom we have more than 18 months of or more of follow-up data. So of the patients who received the precision-guided treatment, and I'm going to call it PGT because that's quite a mouthful, 43% received it, so a recommended treatment. 33% had an objective response rate and 55% had an objective clinical benefit. Now, when looking at some of the key criteria of 2-year progression-free survival for these patients, we've seen that precision-guided treatment compared with non-precision-guided treatment has an improved clinical outcome. If precision-guided treatment is given ahead of disease progression, so giving early, not waiting, there's an improved outcome. And when looking at 3 factors that were considered to be favourable, and that's high clinical evidence, that's the highest tier of recommendations we make through our MTB, structural variants and treating early, we also saw improvements. Now, strikingly, if there was a combination of 2 of these 3 factors, it was 43%, and if there was a combination of all 3 factors, it was 88% 2-year progression-free survival. Now look, these numbers are still small, and from a very heterogeneous group of high-risk aggressive cancers in these children. But it's very compelling data, especially if you consider that these are high-risk rare cancers which have previously had limited or no options. Now, in addition to the national trial itself, we also have some great research and development and education highlights this year. Immune therapy, the first one here, has not been terribly successful in treating children's cancers to date. And part of the problem there is that there's very little understanding of immune infiltrates in kids' cancers. So we've now been able to use Zero's data to undertake a detailed analysis of the tumour immune microenvironment in children with cancer. We're hoping that this will help guide researchers to target child cancers that are more likely to be good candidates, and also to be able to develop new immune or cellular therapies that will be more effective. As part of the program for the high-risk cancers, I mentioned the high-throughput laboratory drug screening, where we have a custom library of over 100 compounds, and we test these against a child's individual cancer in the lab. Now, while this is not widely used clinically yet, we are generating strong data that is showing it can identify novel treatment options that we might not have been able to suggest with genomics alone. And also the last one here, really importantly, in order for precision medicine to be adopted widely, our paediatric oncologists need to understand and have confidence in acting on the results that we share with them. And so just a few weeks ago, we were able to hold our very first face-to-face training weekend for our current round of paediatric oncology trainee fellows in Australia. And it was a fantastic weekend and a huge success. So, where are we now? Right now, we're in the thick of expanding Zero to be available to all children diagnosed with cancer by the end of 2023 in Australia. We have a 0-2 comprehensive genomic testing study that's now open nationally at all 9 paediatric oncology centres. We're open to all children with high risk, relapsed, rare and undiagnosable cancers. We will resequence relapsed or progressed patients. And we're now also open to all children with brain tumours at diagnosis. And just a few weeks ago, we opened to all solid tumours at diagnosis. We've just got those blood cancers to go, the haematological cancers, and we will do that by the end of the year. We also have a very advanced psychosocial impact study called Child Experiences, and that's looking at the impact of precision medicine on children, their families, the health professionals and the scientists and researchers who are delivering the program. And we'll have more sub-studies opening over the course of the next several months with a national child cancer predisposition germline registry, liquid biopsy and more. Now, the opportunity to be disruptive comes hand in hand with risks and challenges. Driven by internal and external forces, we are an extensive national network with multiple and diverse stakeholders. And rolling out that, a more than 5-fold increase in patient numbers really required us to balance the very limited resources that we had available to us. We really needed to make sure that we balance the depth of the analysis and interpretation that we undertake without compromising the quality of the results, the security of the data in use and the patient safety at the very top of the line there. And this has required a substantial amount of automation, which I'll give you a sneak peek on just in a moment. Now, at the same time, we really needed to balance this with maintaining the momentum in the R&D. Just to be able to continue to improve and expand on our ability to make more effective treatment recommendations more of the time, and to drive the development of new types of treatments that are more targeted and less toxic, so that as more children survive their cancer, they do this with less side effects and a greatly improved quality of life. So in parallel, we've been working towards building mechanisms and seeking opportunities to meet our obligations and our commitments to knowledge sharing and transfer, real-time data sharing and access, and doing that in a very safe, secure, fair and ethically responsible way. So just briefly, coming back to the substantial amount of automation and deeply complex pipeline and software development that's been needed to ensure we could scale Xero to all children in Australia with cancer. The computational and curation analysis of the vast array of genomic data we have was a real bottleneck we needed to overcome. So our goal was to create an integrated solution for what we do. The current processes were inefficient, they were convoluted, multiple processes, multiple workflows, multiple touch points. We needed something that was going to be compatible with multiple stakeholders and how and when they needed to interact with the data. So we partnered with industry, with WeDiscover and Secure Agility, and we now have this platform that we've named Xero Dash. It's 50% more efficient than our previous processes and pipelines. And of course, we will keep building on this to continue to gain more efficiencies and functionality within it to do what we do faster and get results to patients sooner. And this is just a snapshot of what it looks like. We have systematic mutation prioritisation. We can identify molecular changes that can be targeted, and this is really significantly reducing our turnaround time. The data visualisation gives us clear representation and analysis and helps us to quickly identify patterns, outliers, relationships, and validate the findings. And we've got good access to historical data. It's easily navigable. We can identify treatment recommendations and provide that supporting evidence more quickly. So Xero Dash is growing into a centralised hub and data portal, and I was super proud of our team when Xero Dash was awarded Best in Class at the Good Design Awards last month. Now, before I wrap up, here's a snapshot of Xero's current data assets. Right now, we have over 1,000 individual patient data sets, and that represents around about 1 petabyte. So think about 20 million 4-drawer filing cabinets. That's what we've got right now. In just under 2 years, we anticipate that we'll have more than 2,500 patients. So that's, let's say, 50 million filing cabinets, 4-drawer filing cabinets. So that's a lot more data. And through this journey, we have built an environment that is supporting large-scale genomic precision medicine nationally. Yes, and as I said, by the end of the year, we'll have our blood cancers open as well, and that will be being available to every child with cancer. We have come a long way. We have the evidence to show the benefits of precision-guided therapy for children with high-risk cancer. But despite the significant progress so far, we still have a long way to go with many more questions that need many more answers. Our current funding period comes to end in just 21 short months, so I'm growing a lot faster than I have been previously. What that means, on a very serious note, is that children in Australia who are diagnosed with cancer will no longer have access to world-leading comprehensive precision medicine. So knowing that, our jobs will sadly be far from done, I'm now focused on our next sizable challenge, and that is the future of Xero and the future of precision medicine for children in this country. Right now, there is no single existing equivalence that is of comparable effectiveness or equity in the Australian health system, nor does existing legislation and health policy support precision medicine and research-driven models of clinical care in its current form. And that's not the first time you've heard that today. None of this is easy. It cannot be done alone. We want to be able to share the data and knowledge we're generating through Xero to be a real powerhouse, driving the global cancer research effort and supporting delivery of best-in-class research-driven clinical care to all children diagnosed with cancer. To keep improving on those statistics that I talked about when I started out 15 minutes ago. I firmly believe that we must work towards achieving a permanent national program to ensure that precision, oncology care for the children who need it most will continue to be available to meet clinician, patient, families and the public's demand. And in parallel, be a cornerstone for innovative research and development to improve scientific, clinical and social benefit and impact for all. This is a challenge for all of us to solve together: clinicians, researchers, patients, funders, government. All of us learning faster together. Thank you.
Thanks, Vanessa. That was great. That was another really informative presentation and some amazing insights really into the power of genomics and how that precision-guided treatment can really change the trajectory and outcome for some of our youngest people living with cancer. And as Vanessa said, children are not small adults. They come with their own peculiarities, and so I'm sure all of the parents in the room know that. So, fascinating presentation. And Vanessa's going to be on our panel as well, so if you had any questions throughout her presentation, you'll have a chance to ask her directly. I'd now like to welcome our next speaker. Professor David Thomas is the inaugural director of the Centre for Molecular Oncology at UNSW and the head of genomic cancer medicine at the Garvan, and he's the CEO of Omico. And he established the Genomic Cancer Medicine Centre, Omico. You're going to be hearing a lot about that today. It's a not-for-profit company leading a national precision medicine patient program for patients with rare and early cancers. So give him a big round of applause, Professor David Thomas.
Thank you. It's a great pleasure to be here today and a great honour. And I'm also conscious that I'm the first man at the lectern and no easy task given this powerful voices we've been hearing this morning. I'd like to particularly thank Anita and Ali and also Caitlin for reminding us why we're all in this space. Every time you guys speak, we know that's where we need to be headed. I'm going to talk to you about three unfamiliar words: Omico, Prospect and CASP. And they represent the materialisation of a desire to accelerate precision oncology into the real world and to try and find a sustainable model. So what is Omico? Omico is a company we set up. I didn't expect to be doing this. I'm a medical oncologist and maybe a molecular biologist, maybe a bit of a genetics person, but I didn't expect to be setting up a company. But permanency is a property of companies, and everything we've been hearing today has, worldwide this is true, has been funded out of research budgets over a finite time frame with the object of generating evidence. But there's no, even though the future is clearly headed in a certain trajectory, there is no long-term strategy that I'm aware of in any single-payer system that's integrated into healthcare, and that's effectively the challenge that Ness and others have been speaking about. So companies have the property of being permanent incorporated entities. They are independent of the people that constitute them because the company continue to exist. Even if the people that set up the company go, they have permanency. They also have the property of nationality. So if you're trying to deliver a national program, rather than going through 8 state and territory governments, which are, of course look after the hospitals where this sort of science is inevitably deployed, we could operate by binding the company together, binding 8 cancer centres in each state and territory to create a genuinely national program and to be an object of federal funding to achieve a national object. And then the third element of creating a company, which I didn't realise so much at the time, was that it enabled us to take a relationship with other stakeholders in the ecosystem that governments simply cannot for various complex historical and conflict of interest reasons. Effectively, it allowed us to engage with the single greatest opportunity I think that faces in this space, which is how to work together across the private and public sectors to put forward a model in which the public sector isn't isolated as a payer with a vendor relationship, but rather to truly collaborate in the interest of patients, but also in the interest of growing the pie so that we can afford the treatments of the future in a sustainable way. That is essentially the object of setting up Omico, although it's become clearer than it was at the time that we set it up. So it's important to get a sense of where we are. we are at a revolutionary time. It's impossible. I've been a doctor for 35 years. I've been an oncologist for 25 years. And I've never, it's night and day compared to the 1990s when I was a registrar and first got my qualification. And what I'm showing here on this timeline is to give you a sense of historic trajectory, to appreciate the acceleration at the very end of that blue arrow. We've been using anatomy, and we still use anatomy because we still operate on most solid organ cancers to cure them. And that's John Hunter, the father of modern anatomy and surgery. Then the light microscope was invented, and we looked down it and we saw that cancer was a cellular disease. That's where histology comes from. And we still call it non-small cell lung cancer because it's lung as part of the anatomy. Non-small cell because the cells look non-small under the light microscope. And we've used that for the past 170 years. But nothing about that classification tells you why the tumours develop or what will stop it, more importantly. And it's the development of genetics and genomics. And you can see just here, that is the first mutation ever observed. It's the Philadelphia chromosome, seen by the light microscope because you could actually visualize chromosomes. David Hungerford and Peter Noel did that in 1963. And then that led to this extraordinary acceleration through molecular biology. And I showed Tricky Dicky here because he's got a bad rap. One of the things he did, which people aren't aware of, is that he inaugurated the war on cancer in 1971. And it was an Australian, Joe Sambrook, who wrote the first grant for the war on cancer in 1971 using viruses. Because viruses caused cancer, viruses were simple, and that's all the technology we had. We learnt an enormous amount. I could spend the entire talk talking about that. Now, what's happened since then is that we got the first full human genome sequence, all those genomes that Ness was talking about just a moment ago. This took $3 billion in 8 years to achieve across multiple continents for one human genome, what we can do today in 48 hours in principle. But in parallel with that, and this is incredibly important, we've had rational drug development. The targets we identify by this sort of sequencing, identifying mutations that personalize everybody's tumors, have to be accompanied by rational drug development to exploit the knowledge that you generate. And that's a signal feature of the past 20 years. I cite here 2001, because that's Gleevec, or imatinib mesylate, which is the first rationally designed drug against the Philadelphia chromosome, the BCR-ABL fusion, but it also happened to work across a number of other cancer types in a story that's become all too familiar. That's only 20 years ago, and I was a registrar about then. I can tell you, padding around the wards in the 1990s, we had no targeted therapies. Nothing whatsoever. We were admitting people to get cisplatin to stop them vomiting for 3 days. And look what's happened. So this is just a summary since 2019, going out to 2021, of the FDA and EMA approvals of targeted therapies over the past 3 years. And that actually doesn't get up to the present. And what it shows is this efflorescence, this Cambrian explosion of opportunities driven by a new model of thinking about cancer and the exploitation of that knowledge through rational drug development, now accelerated, in fact, by AI, by amazing software packages like AlphaFold that you might have heard about, which don't bypass the problems with structural biology. And this, I hope, is going to be even more impressive, because this is for Ali and Anita. So we projected forward over a 5-year period out to 2025 for non-small cell lung cancer, the future opportunities being generated, either through drugs that have already been shown to be effective, such as the blue drugs here. You can see EGFR, ALK, and so forth. These are drugs which have been shown prospectively to improve outcomes for non-small cell lung cancer. 60% of lung cancer in that category, by the way, and that's in 2021. You can see it's projected out through the acquisition of new drugs targeting new pathways out to something like 25 or 36 new targets by 2025 alone. Now, the brown things are in trials. But 25% of those trials are going to come through and pay off. That's the numbers over the past decade, and it's only going to accelerate. And this is not the combination of these drugs. This is just exploiting new pathways. And you can see this is what patients face and what they need today. So a patient today needs to be accessing trials of the drugs of 2025 in order to be able to maximize the benefit. And that's something I feel very passionately about. This is a principle of science in action, science in the service of patients. We should make it available to patients as a standard of care. So in order to realize this, we had to set up our company, and the company is based around two sort of therapeutic approaches or management approaches. One is about treatment, which I'll talk about in a minute, and one is about personalised risk management. And we've talked today about two different areas as though they were merged. One is about risk of developing a disease, which is the genes we inherit from our parents, including cancer. And that's a very important thing. 15% of kids identify those targets, and we've got opportunities to benefit. And the other area is a much more urgent problem, which is about how we treat patients who are confronted with life-threatening conditions. And health system reform is why we are all here today, as Sophie has pointed out. And those are all objects of Momoko when we set it up. So the principle is we get a referral from an oncologist, we have a call centre model, we consent the patient with online consent to be really efficient about it. We then organise the tumour specimens to be sequenced and increasingly to be protein profiled, and then we take that information on each person's tumour and we link it to as many clinical trials as we can possibly be aware of around the country. We've set up our own set of trials over the past 5 years, which has been an exhausting process. And we've got a certain amount of progress, 23 studies of the trials that we've set up, but there are many, many more trials that are coming that we'd like to attract into the country because of the program we've got. And ultimately that recommendation goes to the oncologist who then finds the trial and refers the patient on to treatment, and that's the principle. So we're actually at 10,847 patients now. We were supposed to get to 3,000 with the funding that we received, but because we were able to leverage support from the community and from industry, we've been able to increase those numbers more than we ever hoped. And the thing I'd like to point out here is that 80% are rare and less common cancers. That's my own area of specialty, sarcomas. That's 17-fold overrepresented by comparison with the incidence. And it's because these patients with rare cancers have nowhere else to go in many cases other than to come onto programs which allow us to personalise treatments because trials are rarely designed. But I'm also pleased to see that the most deadly cancers that we get, the ones that we're not doing as well as we should, are actually in the top 10, including, for example, pancreatic cancer, ovarian cancer, and brain cancers are just a dreadful area where we absolutely need to be doing better. And the program has, in fact, enrolled from all over the country. And we've had sub-programs. For Anita and Alison's benefit, we've just completed in 2 years of 500 patients per year, a first-line metastatic non-small cell lung cancer study where we've identified that CGP offers many more patients targets than current standard of care testing. And it's certainly a poster child for what needs to happen in this space, as I was showing earlier. We need to have testing for this patient population right from the get-go because more than 60% of that population will have something that will make a difference to treatment going forward. But we need to develop programs in pancreatic cancer, as you see, in all of the areas of cancer where we have unmet need because that's where researchers should go. And the idea is we're setting up in the Prospect Initiative, which is this, it's important to explain about Prospect. Prospect is not funded out of medical research. It is funded out of the Department of Industry and our Jobs and Growth agenda. Fundamentally, we have a zero-sum game with a finite pie when we have science making breakthroughs. We just distribute the money in ever smaller fragments unless we grow the pie. So we have to think about health and the life sciences as an integrated system, not as something that are separate from each other. We need to be creative and imaginative to come up with a solution in which we can co-invest collectively in the national interest, both in terms of health and in terms of wealth. And that's what we imagined with Prospect. Came out of DISA, out of the Modern Manufacturing Initiative under the current and the previous governments. And its object is to do screening at scale, 23,000 patients, to match them to trials, which we are responsible for bringing into this country because it's now possible to do those trials. And of course, we create a database which then can be used both for commercialization purposes, but it can also be used to inform early phases of more creative ideas about how we might be able to treat people more effectively. And all of this, we're a non-profit, is designed to inject resources back in so we do not have to go back for MRFF funding, but we have a sustainable model so the patients beyond 2025 will benefit. And we're doing it by bringing also together the Zero Childhood Cancer Program with the Adult Cancer Program, because this is an entire ecosystem which we're taking the assets we've already created and we're bringing them together in a logical and sensible way. And it wouldn't be possible to do this unless we had the support of industry, because they produce the drugs. We are a knowledge economy. If we can think of it that way, then the trade-off for paying $100,000 for a drug aftermarket is to allow the patients to access it for free whilst generating the data, which through clinical trials actually results in improved survival. So you exchange, in effect, I like to think of it as exchanging bytes for dollars. Bytes which we don't exploit, which lie in repositories and in health data records, which is not used to advance science and knowledge, nor to immediately benefit the patients. We're trading that instead of paying for the drugs. And in effect, what we're doing is partnering with industry to turn Australia into an ecosystem, a Silicon Valley for early phase drug development, on the grounds that it is not only good for the economy, a smart economy that depends on more than digging out iron ore for its wealth, anticipates the value of the 21st century, but it is good for patients by bringing the treatments of the future to the patients today. And it's all based around the assumption that those drugs will work more effectively. And this is a heat map of the distribution of patients onto the program. They've literally come from all parts of the country. In fact, they've come from every single one of the 151 electorates in the House of Representatives. And this is a map we've opened in Auckland, and here you see the map of sites. So obviously you've got to have patients who can come in from anywhere, but you've got to have treatment sites. And this is our network of more than 43 centres who have joined our program to provide options for treatment, places for those patients to be referred to. And the concept here is that rather than doing these trials independently and paying for the screening, we offer to act as an honest broker for companies that are willing to come into Australia to do these rational drug development trials. And it offers increased efficiencies in terms of identifying patients. It should make the trials faster. It should reduce the cost of the trials, which should be all of our concerns to get the efficiencies out of the system. But it does even more than that. It fundamentally changes the ratio of the opening of clinical trial sites to the population being screened. This is the current model. You've got a rare cancer population. You have to open at 20 sites. It takes you 2 years just to open those sites because that's the nature of clinical trials governance constraints. However, if you're screening at the population level, independently of the sites, you can reduce the number of sites, which means you can distribute the load more evenly across the clinical trials units. I'm spending all my time explaining this to you because we all know what we want to do. This is the how. This is a completely achievable blueprint for how we can work together in the interests of the pharmaceutical and biotech sector, how we can create jobs, but how we can also increase the capacity of the system without trying to reform things like governance, which are a quagmire from which no man returns. And here's the punchline. So we've got outcome data. This is what's called a Kaplan-Meier curve. The black line are patients who come onto the program this is the first 3,000 patients. So the black line is patients who did not receive a targeted therapy, and you see the median survival is 9 months. These are terminal patients who've run out of all treatment options, like the ones we've been hearing about. The wonderful examples we have in this audience who show that what it means to be in the survival curves of people who really benefit from this sort of approach. The gold line is the population who've received a tier 1 to 3 match therapy. And 38% of the patients we're seeing have a tier 1 to 3 target. But we only treated 116 in the first 3 years of the program before we've expanded our clinical trials. So let me tell you what the message is here. The science works. It's access to the drugs to turn this 116 patients into the 1,400 that we could have benefited from the treatment. It's all about access to the drugs that we can deploy on these patients. And to think about that in terms of the health system as an entirety. We cannot abrogate our responsibility just because we're focused on individual patients. We need to think about the patients of tomorrow. We need to plan for the future. We need to be thinking about the sustainability of this model going forward. We need to be challenged to be creative about how we do that. And I think that's about a fundamental reform in the way we deliver health. At the cabinet level, it's got to be a relationship that goes from health to treasury, finance, and industry at the cabinet table and see the thing as an integrated system which we can exploit. Now, we have global interest in this. We are the leading ecosystem internationally for the company Roche for investment in national scale models for how we might implement precision oncology. That means we're at the cutting edge. That means we've got an opportunity to seize the advantage that provides for the benefits of our patients, but also for the competitiveness of our economy. And we're at the heart of a region of the world that contains 4 out of the 7 billion people on the planet. I can't overstate the opportunity that's presented to us if we're prepared to be bold. And at the very least, the co-investment should mitigate the cost of healthcare delivery whilst improving health outcomes. And this is the rare cancer group. No difference. So this isn't just common cancers patients getting benefits from this. The rare cancer patient population show the same magnitude of the survival benefit from taking part in the program if we can find treatments. So that's what Prospect's about. I think I might stop there and maybe leave some time for discussion, if that's good.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Thomas. couldn't you just listen to David speak all day? I could. I really could, but we unfortunately can't, but I could. He's so fascinating and makes things that are really complicated so interesting and so easy to understand. And I think that was so important, understanding the how. We know the why, we know what we want to do. That was the how we get there. And he really showed us the picture that genomics is already playing in Australia and how much more we can do as well. Okay, moving right along, I'd now like to welcome the CEO of Rare Cancers Australia, Richard Vines, to launch the RCA's new report.
I'm not launching it, the Minister is. I can't help it. Every time I turn up in this place, I just think how lucky Australia is that we can have an event like this and we have access and the Minister comes and participates in what is core democracy, so thank you. It gives me enormous pleasure to introduce the Honourable Mark Butler, Minister for Health and Aged Care. He's been a Labor MP since 2007. He held ministries of housing, homelessness, social inclusion, climate change, water and the environment. Before he was elected to Parliament, he worked as an official with the United Workers' Union for more than 15 years, including 11 years as State Secretary. In 2003, he was awarded the Centenary Medal for services to trade unionism. He holds a first-class honours degree, law degree, an arts degree and a master's degree in international relations. And we're very grateful to Minister Butler for joining us to launch our new report today, which is called Rarefication, Personalised Medicine in the Genomic Revolution. And I think we're going to grab a photo op as you come up, Minister, so thank you very much. I didn't make a track about Port Adelaide. Thank you.
So Richard said he wasn't going to make a crack about Port Adelaide and then made a crack about Port Adelaide. Thanks, Richard. So kind. What a great pleasure to be here and to see all of you here today, to see real people in this building. Sometimes feel like we're scratching at the doors, just wondering what's happening out there. And then you are good enough to come and join us and talk to us about the outside world. So thank you very much for coming along here to this really significant event in the annual calendar that we're part of today. I want to thank Richard for the invitation to be here and for your extraordinary work over many years. I also want to acknowledge, of course, the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people who are the original custodians of these lands. We now call Canberra part of the oldest continuously surviving culture on the face of the planet, and want to pay my respects to their elders, past, present and emerging, and as the Health Minister of the country, recommit ourselves to the awesome but incredibly important task of closing the gap in health outcomes and life expectancy. I talked a lot over the last several weeks about the degree to which that gap is not only just not closing in critical areas, in some areas it's getting worse. And I talked about cancer and all of the achievements we've made as a whole of population to get those cancer death rates down by about 10% over the last decade. But at the same time, we've seen them climb by 12% for Indigenous Australians. Not only is that gap not closing, it's actually getting worse. And for reasons we're very familiar with, smoking rates and a whole range of other largely social determinants that we need to work better at. So with the result on Saturday night in mind, a result that obviously we accept and respect as a government, it was proper that we put the question to the Australian people. That doesn't diminish in any way our commitment to continue working on closing the gap, including obviously in the area of cancer. Now I understand that Anne Ruston is occupied and unable to join us today, but she's represented by Gavin Pearce, the member for Braddon, who works with her in the health area. So I welcome Gavin, who's going to have the last word. So be kind, Gavin. and thank him for the work that he does in this area as a member of a rural electorate in particular. Now, we come together and launch this report, which Richard has been good enough to give to us, and we're going through word by word as we speak. We've got a team going through it, Richard, combing it, analysing it, checking for typos, spelling errors. There's none. Sophie used her public broadcasting background to check it. No split infinitives, all the right punctuation. But the report's delivered at a time, as you know, and have just been hearing, I had the privilege of hearing the final part of that last presentation. This is an extraordinary period of change. I often describe as a turbocharged period of discovery that we're fortunate enough to be living through. It poses its challenges as a health sector and as a government to keep pace with that extraordinary pace of technological change, and making sure that the government systems of assessment, of approval, of reimbursement, all those sorts of things are agile enough to keep pace with a much faster speed of change than really we've ever had as a country. But we're incredibly fortunate to be living through a time where conditions that were not too long ago considered to be untreatable are becoming treatable, and people are surviving conditions that not too long ago were considered unsurvivable. At every step through this process, we are elevating the voices of patients, genuinely listening to older people about how they want to live and thrive, and highlighting the lived experience with people living with mental health right across the health system. And of course, this is also a fundamental part, and has always been a fundamental part, of Rare Cancer Australia's mission. For over a decade now, Kate and Richard have used their personal 30-year family journey with rare cancer to advocate for thousands and thousands of Australians who face the particular challenges of being diagnosed with a lesser known and often lesser understood cancer. RCA's CANFORUM in this building always shines a powerful light on the latest research and developments, and I'm really pleased to be with you today to discuss the opportunities and challenges in particular of embedding genomics into our healthcare system. Genomic health technologies are beginning to reshape clinical practice and change the way that we prevent, diagnose, treat and monitor a range of heritable conditions, cancer predisposition syndromes and cancer itself, including obviously rare cancers. But integrating genomics into our healthcare system cannot and should not be rushed. It requires careful consideration, planning and implementation in close partnership with the community. Genomics raises ethical, legal and social issues. At the same time, ensuring data security and patient privacy is also paramount. But I can assure you the government is acting on these complex issues, and I'd like to spend a little time that I have with you this afternoon outlining where we are on this journey. Earlier this year, all Australian government, state, territory and the Commonwealth came together to establish the Health Technology and Genomics Collaboration. This is about developing a nationally cohesive approach to assessing, implementing, monitoring and evaluating new health technology. And it includes oversight of national activities for genomics, high-cost and highly specialised therapies and services. We're working to strategically integrate genomics and other biotechnologies in the healthcare system in a way that's sensible, sustainable, affordable and fair. It's through this collaboration that I'm consulting with the states and territories on the design and remit of a new national genomics body. Consultations will be complete by the end of the year, informed by the advice of an expert advisory group. Established in July, the advisory group is there to guide us on the design, the key roles and priorities, and the critical partnerships we need to build the high-quality genomics body that Australia and Australians deserve. The group is co-chaired by the DepSec of my department, Penny Shakespeare, and Professor Catherine North, AC. Membership is broad, as is appropriate, and includes genetic researchers, clinicians, bioinformatic experts, consumers, industry and First Nations representatives. And they meet again later this month. I'm undertaking this thorough and genuine consultation process to ensure the design of a body that is fit for purpose and of value to all. And the final outcomes will be considered by our government early next year. I know also that many people here today are looking forward to the finalisation of the country's first National Cancer Plan, which I expect to launch over the coming weeks. I want to pay tribute to Dorothy Keefe and Cancer Australia for the really thorough way in which they engaged with the community in its broadest possible sense about the development of this plan. And for the first time, Australia will have an overarching national approach to cancer control and a reform agenda for the next 10 years. This includes improving equity in access to screening, diagnostic services and treatment, particularly for traditionally underserviced populations. And as everyone here knows, people with rare cancers fall firmly within this group. The Australian Cancer Plan sets out the rapid expansion of genomics in cancer screening, diagnosis and treatment, and its significant implications for cancer care, service delivery, workforce, research and data and policy right across the cancer care continuum. In fact, as an early priority of the plan, Cancer Australia is now working on a national framework for genomics in cancer control. The framework will be for patients, health professionals, policymakers, researchers, governments, NGOs, industry and the broader community. It will help us to determine who, how and when people at risk of or diagnosed with cancer will have access to genomics. The focus will be on reducing any movement towards inequitable care and outcomes. Again, supported by experts, work has begun with an evidence review before broad and targeted consultations. Also underway concurrently, as you know I'm sure, is the Senate inquiry into equitable access to diagnosis and treatment for individuals with rare and less common cancers. The Department, the National Health and Medical Research Council and Cancer Australia have all provided submissions to that inquiry. I note their submission and thank RCA for also taking part, obviously, in this inquiry. And we're going to work with the committee throughout the inquiry and the delivery of its final report early next year. But in the meantime, we will also continue to explore ways to improve outcomes for all Australians with cancer. The government's investing in targeted and innovative research as a key strategy to address areas of unmet and emerging need. This includes addressing the difference in outcomes for people with rare and less common cancers. National screening programs aren't feasible for such cancers, and instead we must leverage new and emerging technologies such as genomic and precision medicine to better understand the risk without needing to understand the natural history of the disease like traditional screening tests. To support this, I'm proud to say that the government's funded two projects you've already heard about this morning, the $61 million MRFF project, the Zero Childhood Cancer National Precision Medicine Program, and also the program you just heard about from Omico. Streamlining how we govern clinical trials is another way the Australian government is laying the groundwork to harness the promise of genomics. And this, for me, is very much unfinished business. Not last decade, but the decade before last, I chaired the Clinical Trials Action Group, whose first recommendation was the streamlining of approval process for multi-jurisdiction clinical trials. And still here we are. This is a really significant opportunity. I want to thank Professor Ian Chubb particularly for the work that he's done recently on this to achieve a single national responsive platform. One that empowers us to better support strategy, research, treatments and health outcomes, particularly for those suffering with rare diseases. In addition to all this, our HTA review is progressing and considering issues raised in your report that I'm launching today, including the recommendation for a new health technology assessment pathway for companion diagnostics and therapies for rare cancers. On a final note, I just want to bring to your attention, if I need to, the Genomics Health Futures mission. It's investing more than $500 million in genomic research to improve testing and diagnosis, to help personalised treatments and to reduce unnecessary interventions and healthcare costs. And for the researchers here today, a reminder that the 2023 Genomics Health Future Missions grant opportunity is currently open, and you have just a few short weeks until applications close on the 29th of November. Nothing would give me more pleasure than to provide that research funding, the policy environment and robust frameworks that prepares Australia for what truly is a genomics revolution. One that offers a new era of equitable, safe and effective healthcare technology for all Australians. I hope you can see that hard-working government, as it is right across the health sector, is well in hand, underpinned by strong partnerships and a very clear vision. Before I hand back to Richard, and I think also to Sophie, I want to formally and really clearly acknowledge the work of Richard and acknowledge that he's stepping down, as I understand, as the inaugural RCA Chief Executive Officer after 11 extraordinary years at the helm, back since 2012 when RCA was first formed. And a welcome to Christine, who I know will continue the hard work and the commitment that Richard has demonstrated, certainly to everyone in this building I know, right across the political spectrum, but also to the broader community, lifting awareness and understanding of rare and less common cancers. It's a decade's work of which you should be extraordinarily proud, Richard. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Minister. And what can I say? If I've been energetic and ferocious or enthusiastic, then I think Christine's going to step it up a bit over the next few years. Here we go. But thank you, and we love what you're doing, and we would obviously be remiss if we didn't say that speed is of the essence with patients, and anything we can do to encourage government to move faster and to bring some of this into the affordable sphere as fast as possible would be very, very, very welcome. So thank you. As the Minister said, Senator Ruston is now unavailable due to a personal matter, but she has deputised Mr. Gavin Pearce from the member for Braddon, I think, from Tasmania, who I'd now like to welcome as the Shadow Assistant Minister for Health, Aged Care and Indigenous Health Services. He was elected to Parliament in Tasmania in 2019 and re-elected in 2022. He served with the Royal Australian Corps of Signals from 1985 to 2004. As a matter of historical interest, my father served in the Signals Corps from 1940 to 1945, so a great lineage. And he's also been a farmer and a business person since 2004. So please welcome Gavin Pearce. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen and friends, it's great to be with you this morning, and can I echo the sentiments of the Minister in that it's great to have some real humans amongst us today here in the bubble. But it's important, and it's important that we recognise what is really going on the outside and realise some of the fantastic work that the bodies of work that you've put literally lifetimes into. So it's great to be with you today. It's great to share this historic event and your handing of the baton, Richard, but we certainly recognise your distinguished work in this area. I too recognise the Ngunnawal and the Ngambia people and the traditional custodians of the land in which we meet. And I also echo the sentiments, sincerely echo the sentiments that Mark sort of alluded to when he talked about the gaps widening. And I think that genuine concern, that bipartisan concern that we have, particularly with our remote communities. I'm going to speak to you about, I think Mark's covered the technical detail in some length, but I come from the state of Tasmania. I come from what they call the wild west of Tasmania. It's a place which has sadly higher than normal higher than average levels of many things, including cancer. And I want to talk to you about what it's really like and the difference that you are making on the ground. And I do so from a very personal perspective. You see, a few years ago, my wife, in her early 30s, developed a form of cancer, a rare form of lymphoma. And because of the rarity of that form of cancer, it wasn't diagnosed. Pathology didn't turn up any results. And on a Tuesday morning, I got a phone call. I was shifting some cattle on my farm. I got a phone call from the oncologist in Launceston, where he had removed her lymph node. And he said, you better get up here because she's not going to make the weekend. This was on a Tuesday. And on Saturday night, I held her and we lost her. So from 5 days, you can see, and of course you in this room, you understand completely that for the last 3 days, I didn't have her anyway. She was jaundiced and in a coma. I turned to the fantastic stuff, and this is the heartfelt story that I want to get across to you, and I want to emphasise just how important your role is on the ground. I turned and I had placed my complete faith, and I'm an ex-military man, as you pointed out, Richard, so I'm a control freak. I'm a small business person, so I'm, again, a double control freak, but I'd lost control of my life. And I placed my future in the hands of those health professionals. They were angels to me and they changed my life. And they give me the resolve that I need every day to support your cause and to ensure that we have a bipartisan approach to this absolutely pivotal and important part of our health system. But I also patted my young bloke on the head. I took him in to kiss his mother goodbye. He was 7 years old. And you know, the first question I asked that oncologist was whether that gene could be passed on. And I say that not for pity, I really don't. The point I'm making is that it was first and foremost, it was paramount in my mind as a human being, whether that gene, whether that part of that DNA sequence could be passed on to that child, because he was all I had left in the world. So you can see how important it is to me. You can see how important your work, your research and the hard, tireless hours that you put in every day, you can see the importance that it has to people on the ground. People in Tasmania, people in the bush, people in Indigenous communities, people who aren't necessarily connected with the language that we would use up here in Canberra or certainly in a large metropolitan area. It's those lives that you change that are important to us. Now, with that aside, and with the recognition that you bring to this place, this conference, this meeting of the great minds of our medical future, I want to reassure you that you are listened to, that you are listened to on a bipartisan basis, that we are in lockstep with the Minister and his resolve to employ the recommendations that you have. I welcome the Minister's extension of the timeline in which that report is being welcomed. But I also want to convey to you the thoughts and sentiments of our shadow Minister, and Anne Ruston. She has a very genuine reason for not being with us today, and she wanted me to convey her sincerity, and the points that I think I've raised are the points that are firmly in her heart and her resolve. I also want to recognise the previous Minister, Greg Hunt, and the work that he's done, the work that he's instigated all those years ago, and I'm sure he's somewhere in a better place than here, smiling at the moment. So, Richard, he speaks so highly of you, and he speaks so highly of your colleagues. He really welcomes the future, and we certainly, as far as Anne and myself are concerned in the coalition, we feel that the genomics region is the area that we want to place our focus. So I guess if I could sum up, your work, your effort, your lives that you put into this is certainly recognised here today. You make a real difference to those on the ground, and I can say that firsthand. I can say that from that person standing in that hospital that's just lost their loved one. I can say that from a region that doesn't necessarily have at its disposal, a big city hospital. Many of our people, I own King Island. I represent King Island, a little island in the middle of Bass Strait, and there are children there that have to come off that island and either go to Hobart or to Melbourne. When a woman has a child, they need to come off that island 4 weeks prior to having the child to either Melbourne or mainland Tasmania. So I guess as we're here in this big bubble, please take away from me personally the gratitude and the faith in which we place in your hands, your capable hands. And I want you to just bear a thought for all the people that you do touch each day, and often they don't tell you, often they don't communicate or articulate well just how much they appreciate your work, but let me tell you, in their hearts they do. And I mean that most sincerely. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be with you. I do pass on the Minister's apologies, the Shadow Minister that is, but let me tell you and let me assure you that we will work lockstep with Minister Butler and the government in supporting this report and, in fact, your legacy. So thank you.
Thanks, Gavin. That was very kind. And I'll now give it back to Sophie.
Thank you, Richard. And I just wanted to acknowledge Gavin for sharing that story, that really heartfelt story. And it really just shows that you just never know what someone's been through, do you? You know, someone walks up here to stand up and you just really never know what they're going to say. And the fact that, you know, cancer touches so many of us, and it takes courage for people to, you know, be vulnerable and share how they feel. So I think, you know, let's give Gavin another round of applause for doing that. That meant a lot. Now, here's the report that we've all been banging on about. Here it is. So you would have received a copy of this with your registration, and you can download a digital copy from the website, the Rare Cancers website. But right now we're going to, some of the speakers that you've just heard, we're going to move over here for a panel discussion. And as I mentioned, you will have the chance to ask questions. So if you think of a question just towards the end, raise your hand and we'll try to get round to as many of you as possible. But if I can ask Professor David Thomas, Caitlin Delaney, Associate Professor Vanessa Tyrrell, Tiffany Bortwood and Jane Tiller to come up. I think, what's the order? Jane up the end, Caitlin, David, Vanessa, Tiffany, me. Is that right? Oh no, it's got to be this way, I think, for the... Do you mind swapping? Yes. I have to follow orders. The music stopped. Oh. Actually, that's right. If the speakers go on too long, we do have music at our disposal, Natalie. We haven't had to use it so far. Give them all a round of applause. Welcome. Don't forget, be thinking about your questions as we go through. So I'm just going to start with David. You know, you talked about the different programs that you're running, but in simple terms for people who might not know, if you're diagnosed with cancer, who qualifies to have their tumour sequenced? Does everybody get that opportunity?
So there are, well, our goal is for every cancer patient who's facing an incurable condition, which is 50,000 people who lose their lives every year in Australia gets access to profiling at a time when it makes a difference to their treatment. The program that we started off with, the MOST program, which has got to 7,000, 8,000 odd patients, was for patients in the terminal phases of their illness who'd run out of treatment options. We've learned from that, because so many patients were on that black line that I showed earlier. We need to have them, we need to get earlier in the cancer journey for sure to be able to maximise the value to patients. So now it's first-line metastatic disease, incurable, and first-line incurable disease. As soon as that diagnosis is made, we want to be able to profile. And our resources allow us, in principle, to screen about 20, at peak flow, 20%, 1 in 5 cancer patients who really need it. So we're still not there yet, but it was 4% 5 years ago. It's now 20%. The idea is, we're trying to work out the resources, how to bring together the resources to be able to get it to everyone.
And I'm interested, we've been talking a lot about the situation in Australia, obviously, because that's where we are, about how we compare to other countries around the world. And, we know, for example, the UK is streets ahead of us. So maybe David and who else, Jane and whoever else wants to jump in, or Vanessa, about how does Australia stack up when it comes to other countries in genomics? Are we really far behind the 8 ball?
I actually don't think so in the cancer space. The UK, through David Cameron's Genome England project, provided whole genome sequencing for 100,000 Englishmen and women and children. But actually only about something of the order of 5 or 10,000 of those actually had cancer. And they hadn't done the trick about connecting with industry systematically to provide treatments, because it was taken out of the NHS. And that's proven to be one of the learnings out of Genome England. Whereas what we're trying to do is integrate it into the healthcare system so you can treat patients.
Vanessa, is there anything you want to add there?
Yeah, so with Zero Childhood Cancer, we started out behind, but then we were leapfrogging because we decided very early to go big or go home. We wanted to go straight to whole genome sequencing and whole transcriptome sequencing. And so we did that. What we found was that allowed us to catch up with the rest of the world and really lead the way in that respect. We now have a lot of the precision medicine programs for children around the world who are following in our footsteps. Having said that, in the UK, whole genome sequencing is now provided through the NHS for children with cancer. And we're seeing that, and we collaborate with many of these precision medicine programs around the world for children. And we're seeing that it's been integrated into the German, the Netherlands health systems, the French also. And we collaborate very closely with the Canadian equivalent profile, who are also working towards that right now as well. So we're really seeing everybody catch up and the health system starting to take over. We're still sitting in the research environment.
And Tiff, and then I'll go to Caitlin to talk about patients after that.
Yeah, thanks, Sophie. So certainly NHS England has a very ambitious genomic medicine strategy, and it's certainly championed by Sue Hill. The challenge they have is the implementation. So they're trying to increase capacity to be able to provide comprehensive cancer profiling to patients with advanced disease. And the challenge then is providing results in a meaningful time frame. So it's all that scaling aspect. So Sue driving it by hook or by crook, seeing the patients, the advantages delivered to the patients is another story altogether. And that's really what I think we're seeing in the UK.
And Caitlin, from your point of view, you said patients contact you. Do patients from around the world also contact you about their experiences? Are there any good experiences overseas that we could look to say we should be doing what they're doing?
Well, it's the oncologist that I see in Singapore. So he's my third opinion oncologist. And he's also a scientist and a professor. So he runs a lot of clinical trials, and he was associated with the clinical trial here. So it's more that I take information from him, and that's how I ended up being on that treatment that kept me stable. But he's then presented my data at Berlin, a conference in Berlin, in the UK, in Singapore, and then he's connected me to patients in Australia that have reached out to him. So it's not so much that I just go through him, I trust him implicitly, and then there's other patients then contact me who want to know what I've been on and what I've been doing. Yeah.
So one of the things that the report, getting back to the report, what the report calls for is it looks at the issue of genetic discrimination, which you've heard a bit about this morning. So Jane, I wanted to go to you. One of the issues and the things that the report calls for is making sure life insurers can't access genetic information. Why is that so important?
It's very important, and I touched on it briefly, but we've really shown over the last decades, and especially in the last few years, the impact that it has on people taking up genetic testing. So we have to tell people in every consultation, every research consent form, every time someone considers having a genetic test, we have to say to them, before you do this, have you considered the insurance implications? And many people will say, well, no, I haven't, but now that I have, I don't want to risk that. I don't want to risk my financial future or my children's financial future. Maybe I'd rather not have this information. Maybe I won't get the genetic test so that I can preserve my life insurance. And that is an absolute tragedy. Many other countries, bringing it back to your last question about where we benchmark in the rest of the world, many other countries have banned this. This isn't something that we're asking Australia to do that's out of the ordinary. The UK, since 2001, has had an agreement between industry and government that they won't use genetic results to discriminate, with a very small exception. Canada passed criminal legislation in 2017 that banned all entities, including insurers, from asking for or using genetic results. And so it's something that is absolutely critical for protecting consumers, for allowing them to make decisions on the basis of their medical needs and not about financial fears, and to make sure that we can move forward with trust in genomics and allow people to have that testing and put insurance to the side.
Okay, did you want to say something, Tiff?
I can always say something. But just particularly, I think, to Jane's point, and also the study she's been leading around DNA screening, the adult cancer risk screening, when we're moving, we're hoping that healthcare moves from diagnosis and management into identification of risk and prevention. And that's the context that issues like insurance discrimination is going to stop population uptake of the power of genomics, and it's going to prohibit the evolution of healthcare to really take advantage of this technology.
So Caitlin, can I go to you? You mentioned the concept of sliding door moments in your journey. Can you, that in the moments that really shaped where you are now, can you take the audience through, elaborate a bit on those moments, particularly the ones that relate to genomics?
Yeah, I think the one that stands out for me is when I recurred. Actually, if I go back to the beginning, no one really believed I was clear cell pathology because I had such a good response to chemotherapy initially, which clear cell can get resistant to chemotherapy quite quickly. And so everyone just assumed I had the I'm having a brain moment, sorry, high-grade serous ovarian cancer, which is the more common one. So no one really wanted to treat me like I was clear cell at that initial onset. And I look back in hindsight and think, if I had known I had a HRD mutation back then, would I have been given a PARP inhibitor frontline and maybe never recurred? But because, there's no point going back, that's what happened. But there was all this thing of, it doesn't really matter what pathology you are, we'll just treat them all the same. And even though I was NED at the time, I knew I needed to know, I needed to push for genetic testing and work out. And then they're like, oh yeah, you definitely are clear cell, and your HRD and ATM mutation, that's not normally connected to that. But by having that information from the tumour, that genomics, I was able to then, when I recurred and I was resistant to chemo, say to these other doctors and experts, what do you do? And I had about 10 oncologists that were looking at my case. They were all excited because it was really an anomaly. And that was enabled me to get that off-label drug. So I think that's the biggest moment for me, was having that data and saying, what do I do next? And the issue was having no clinical trials. They're a few years away, like you've all pointed out. And I thought, well, I don't have a few years. My children are so young. I don't have that time. And they're all saying, well, this new drug combo is meant to work, but it's a few years off and there's no trial open. And even if there was, I'm normally not eligible because of my pathology. It's normally for the high-grade serous. So this is the thing. I know we're all promoting clinical trials and they're fantastic. But there needs to be also a safety net for those that, I need to be in a VEGF inhibitor for life. If I've got a clinical trial, I won't be able to be on that if it doesn't include a VEGF inhibitor. So having this off-label treatment access allowed me to be creative and actually have the drugs I needed to have.
So obviously you've got a scientific background, but how challenging was it to have to advocate for your own health while dealing with a serious illness, a life-limiting illness?
Oh, I mean, I'm not a research scientist. I'm an IVF scientist. I'm not a cancer research scientist. And you can't even do a lit review because you are the centre of that trauma. You're reading like progression-free survival and going, oh, okay, that gives me 3 months. And then it's not good for your mental health. It's very hard to unpack it. I can't do that. And I don't have the skill set to do a reliable lit review with all the data. I need to trust my medical team. But that's very difficult when they're not across the latest science. And yeah, so I don't know how other people do it. I find it exhausting. I normally have a breakdown every time I progress because I'm like, well, what do I do next? I don't know what to do. Yeah.
No, it would be challenging. And David, do you mind sharing with the audience a bit about your journey as well, from doctor to patient, and all your knowledge, and how that helped, or was it a help for you to?
Well, so I've got metastatic prostate cancer. I'm fortunate enough to have metastatic prostate cancer. The treatments that have been developed over the past 10 years are really quite remarkably effective and benefiting from science. It didn't really change my perspective one iota, and I think that's because I've been looking after people like Caitlin for so many years. Everything that we did was oriented, ultimately had to make sense right down at the point where you're discussing something with the patient. The fact that I was on the other side of the desk didn't really, it just meant that the logic held, thankfully. Imagine if I'd crossed the other side of the desk and thought, what are you doing?
All these years I've been doing it the wrong way. But,
that's right.
So it validated that the approach that you'd been taking, looking after other patients, was the right one?
Yeah, I think so. And it just reinforces the message about how fast science is advancing. It makes me very passionate. I mean, the argument here is, science is fantastic. It's clearly making breakthroughs that are extending our lives. We want it to go faster, and we want to have more access to it. That's what we want. It's logical that was what we want. Only 7% of people take part in clinical trials. Imagine if it was 70%. How much faster would knowledge progress? Just leaving aside the benefits to the immediate patients or the front line coming onto those trials and making advances, imagine what things will look like in 5 years' time. Would you compress the time frames even further? My instinct after 30 years as a doctor, 35 years as a doctor, 25 as an oncologist, is that it's credible that by 2050, the 5-year survival from cancer will be in excess of 80%. It was 25% in 1970. It's 70% in Australia today. There's no reason, if we can't push the envelope, that it shouldn't rise higher. And if we also include public health approaches to early detection, risk stratified, personalised risk management and early detection.
David, do you believe that genomics and the genomics revolution that we're talking about today will get us to that higher survival rate that we're hoping for?
It's part of the puzzle.
As well as the better uptake of the early detection and screening?
Yeah, so
don't throw out your bowel cancer kits when you get them in the mail.
No, it's absolutely right. But, we screen every woman at the age of 50 every 2 years with a mammogram. Some of those women are never going to get breast cancer. We know that from polygenic risk scores that put them at the lower end of risk. Others are very high risk. We should be screening them at 40. You can use the same resource more sensibly if you can target your resources. That's one element to it. But it's not just about genomics. It's about a molecular view of a disease that gives you, it's like the Enlightenment. The reason why our lifetimes are extended is because science entered in the age of enlightenment. We had a rational view of the world. Science became a part of the way that we did everything. And that's why our lifespans are what they are today over a 30-year period after being 35 years for tens of thousands of years. So we're just getting that Enlightenment model applied to cancer in the past 20 years. And it involves, it's not just genomics, it's protein-based targets. The antibody-drug conjugates are working on HER2-positive breast cancers and other cancers, which don't have amplification we can genomics, but it's still a biomarker. It's about a molecular framework. It's about a research-led model for care that's integrated into care. And it's not a sustainable thing if you did it globally, because ultimately somebody has to pay for the advances of science. But we're right at the cusp of being able to be true innovators as an ecosystem. And I think that's what we must seize advantage of now if we're to maximise the benefit for all of us.
So one of the recommendations in the report, in fact, it's the first recommendation, is to have a national genomic strategy with genetic testing as standard of care for all patients in Australia. So I want to ask the panel, what difference do you think that would make if we can convince governments to introduce that? We'll start with Tiff.
Okay. Look, I think certainly, the observations that David's just made about, when genomic testing was available to patients and the implications it had. It's not extending, life for a few months when, much of their hope is gone. It's looking at risk profiling and identification of potential targets early on in that cancer journey. I think that's a real sort of fundamental shift. But also thinking about the way, from a policy perspective, we gather evidence, we consider value of an implementation. It has to be systemic. It's not just the test itself.
And Vanessa?
Agree with Tiff entirely, and I think in terms of what it really means, you heard me talking about treating early and how we could potentially actually avoid relapse or progression if we're getting the right treatments to patients at the right time,
rather
early
than waiting
on.
until they've failed a number of
That's
treatments.
right.
And
Yeah. So I think that's really critical. And then I think the other area that's really critical that we're really only just starting to understand, particularly from paediatrics, is that burden of cancer predisposition for the children. And you think about it and you think, well, that's logical. They're little kids. They haven't been exposed to the toxic environment that we have as adults. So what's really happening there? And if we could do that earlier, if we could understand that earlier, if we could start surveillance and risk reduction early, then we'd be going a long way to the holy grail, which is prevention and control.
And David, what would you see as the main benefits if we do get a national genomic strategy?
Well, it recognises that every part of the ecosystem is affected by that model and starts to harness it rather than have it sort of stochastically, sort of Brownian motion. It's at the moment it feels as though it needs a coordinated approach to get the best value and to reduce costs. I think we have to be accountable for sustainability because there are many worthy causes.
That was one of the words that the minister used. I wrote them down on a different piece of paper, but sustainable was definitely one of the words he used.
And equity.
And equity. Caitlin, what would it mean for you if we can get governments on board and have that national genomic strategy? What do you think it would mean for patients, current ones and future ones?
Well, yeah, as a patient advocate, I agree with everything everyone's saying, and equity is the big one. And I'm talking to people all the time that are being offered a biopsy post-chemo. The cancer cells are dead after the chemo. So then they're like, oh, we've got nothing to send for. Well, why weren't they offered that before they had the chemo? So there's just no consistency. And to be fair, oncologists are super busy. And there needs to be, if there's a strategy at a national level, then it levels the playing field. And that everyone then gets information and gets educated and gets upskilled. And I think that's really important so that we can make sure that we capture everybody in all parts of Australia.
And Jane, and then I'm going to go to the audience. So just raise your hand if you have a question and we'll get the microphone to you while Jane answers. There's one, a question down here.
So the importance of that strategy is that genomics underlies everything. And we're starting to realise this. We're starting to see that it's tumour profiling, it's testing for what drugs are more effective, it's therapies, and it's also, as even in children, as Vanessa was saying, far more than we expected, where we're finding a predisposition, something that's impacting other generations. We didn't expect that childhood cancer would be the way that we would find cascade cases, for example. There are so many ways that we use genetics, and so many health professionals still in the space who don't even understand that genetics is important. It's still seen as something over there that has nothing to do with what they're doing. And we have to move out of that. And along with that, we have to look at the bigger picture, and we have to realise that as soon as we do that, we need all the associated care services. We can't just fund testing.
That's just the
we
first
have
step.
to fund the whole picture.
So we've got a question along here. Here we go. And just raise your hand. We'll try to get, it's very bright, but we'll try to find you and get a microphone to you.
I have a question for Vanessa and David. Regional and remote communities, how do you go with capturing patients from those areas in both the zero childhood and in the MOST and aspiration trials, any of those?
So from a kid's perspective, we're quite fortunate in that it's a finite number of children. And also, every child who's diagnosed with cancer comes into one of the 9 paediatric oncology centres around the country at the children's hospitals that are generally teaching hospitals. But what I would say to that is that we still face challenges, particularly from the culturally and linguistically diverse and the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities. And that is something that we're really focused on now, that and I will say that it's taken us a long time to get there, because we've been focused on just trying to get Xero open to, or be available to every child. And so our focus now is looking at how do we create a program or a study that's the same as what we're offering with Xero, but something that works and is accessible for those communities. And that's something that we're starting with now with our colleagues in the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander research space, to be able to do that with the ethics that's required on that front. It's quite a journey.
David, from your point of view, how do you manage with regional and rural patients wanting to take part?
So cancer survival is lower in regional and rural Australia. Cancer survival is demonstrably worse in Indigenous patients. We have a proactive program. So we've expanded from 23 centres in the past 12 months to 43 centres, and we've specifically opened partnerships in what I call the Ring of Steel between the major cities along the eastern seaboard in particular, all the way from Townsville through Coffs, Macquarie and inland, all the way to southeastern South Australia. And the reason for doing that is that we want the oncologists in those areas not to have patients travel to get the test done. There's no reason for a patient with metastatic disease to travel for a test. And increasingly what we're trying to do is open trials at those centres. And I think there's a real opportunity there. I actually think regional cancer centres will outperform metro cancer centres per capita in enrolment on trials. And if that model works, I mentioned the relationship with the sites before, if that model works, then it may mean that we'll be able to deliver treatments out remotely. There's a tension. I just want to acknowledge a tension. Specialisation of resources gets concentration of expertise, but you can have a hybrid mixed model. And there's the teletrials initiative and other approaches that the government's invested in that will see us be able to look after people remotely, safely, without them having to travel at a difficult time of their lives.
That sounds great. So just raise your hand if you do have any other questions. We've got a question here. Yep, let's go to that one.
Hi, Joshua from the London agency. My question is probably to David and Caitlin. Obviously, there's a lot of people who are quite activated as patients, especially like yourself. How do you, as a HCP, kind of motivate somebody to be the activated patient? And then what, on the patient side, what kind of inspired you to kind of be the active advocate for your health?
So Caitlin, do you want to start? What encouraged you, or what motivated you to speak out and become a patient advocate? And then David will go to you about how do you encourage your patients to become advocates?
Yeah, I think it was, as having that healthcare background, I always was very passionate about the patient experience and thought had quite a good rapport with my patients. And then I didn't realise until I was a patient myself that I just suddenly didn't feel confident that I could speak up. And I'm quite an assertive, confident person. And there were times where I didn't want to upset doctors, or I didn't want to, you feel very powerless. There's a power dynamic at play in a room. And I think it was just the fact that I had 2 children, one still in nappies and not yet at school, and a lovely husband. And I thought, I'm not done yet. No one tells me when I'm dying. Nope. So I'm also stubborn. And I just unfortunately lost my mother-in-law due to medical negligence. And I think I grew cancer just after she passed away. So I did see that sometimes the healthcare system could break down. So I lost a bit of trust at that point. And I was not long after she passed away, I got diagnosed. So I realised, oh my goodness, I can't have what happened to her. I just have to be on it. And for the most part, I've had a fantastic care. So I just wanted, for the record, to say I'm not here whinging about the care I've had. I've got an analytical mind, and I'm just seeing lots of gaps. And so the second part, motivating the other patients. So with my business Carefully, I help healthcare professionals to support them to have this really good communication and compassion. But I would love to expand that to be able to help to empower patients. I do that more on an ad hoc. But I use this space, even though it's hard getting up and sharing a story and being vulnerable, because I want to pay it forward. Because I want to tell some patients it's not going to be hope for everyone, but sometimes you just have to seek another question, another answer, and I feel like a responsibility to be honest, that I have to do that.
And David, what about you? I guess there's a fine line as a healthcare professional. You might want your patients to speak out, but your number one goal, I guess, is looking after them and protecting them, while you still might want to encourage them to advocate.
Yes. I mean, there are different people have talents in all sorts of ways. Firstly, I wouldn't undersell the intellectual contribution made by all sorts of very diverse patients thinking about a problem. It was my experience in the sarcoma space that we would have to jointly work out what to go. I mean, I'm sorry about the whole, we're not sure what to do here, but if you say that, then you can start to say, well, we have to act, so let's come up with a solution. And I've found my patients have often given me really good ideas or priorities, if you like, about how to manage things. And that's probably true at a systems level. So on the board of our non-profit organisation, we have captains of industry, very able people from public sector who've actually made all of what you've seen possible. It's not just clever academics and clinicians. It's actually really minds thinking about society as a whole. And I think also, I would say, I've always been impressed. Patients don't, and I know this is true now, don't expect miracles, but they want you to have a go. And have a go. Show that you're prepared to, come up with something that's reasonable. And I think that there's a degree of altruism in taking part in these sorts of activities, which is deeply embedded in what people do it for their own sake, but they also do it for other people. And that's remarkable. That's one of the great privileges of being a doctor, is how many people in the crucible of facing a life-threatening illness have been generous. And I guess then the circular, how can you resist trying to pay that back as well?
Tiffany?
Just quickly, and sort of expanding on Nessa's point too. I mean, so many of the advocates we're hearing from today, are eloquent and passionate and really driving their own sort of, cancer management trajectory. And I think we should consider those for whom English is not a first or even second language. The clinical system is not geared or well suited to their journey in the first place. Or there might be a power imbalance, or there might be an intrinsic lack of trust. And I think organisations like Rare Cancers are so critical in that context to provide the advocacy for patients who are just unwilling or unable to advocate for themselves.
Yeah, good point. Look, we're actually getting a sign saying time's up. So this time's absolutely flown. I don't want to get in trouble from Natalie, who's running today. So look, thank you. Everyone give the panel a big round of applause. Thank you so much for those amazing insights. We could stay here, but I'm sure you're all looking forward to lunch. We're going to have a break. We're going to go to the Great Hall. So if you just walk up the stairs, the staff from Rare Cancers will direct you on where to go. But we need you back in the theaterette by 5 to 2, so we can kick off at 2 o'clock. So see you then. Thanks very much. Hold out. If I can just ask you to take your seats, ladies and gentlemen, as quickly as possible so we can get underway. Thank you very much. So welcome back, everybody. I just wanted to do a quick social media shout out just to make sure we've been having lots of people sharing lots of great stuff on social media. If you are on either Twitter or X or whatever the hell it's called these days, I still call it Twitter, I refuse to call it X. So follow Rare Cancers. Their handle is @RareCancers. If you just type that in, it'll come up. You can follow me. My name's Sophie Scott and the number 2. And they're the same handles for Instagram as well. If you're on Instagram, lots of people are sharing great stuff on both those platforms. The advantage of sharing, for all its faults, the advantage of social media is it gets the message out of what we're talking about today to a broader audience. So people who aren't in this room can hear all the amazing stuff that we're hearing. So that's why it's good. And there are a lot of influential people and decision makers that are on both those platforms. So welcome back. This is our final session of the day. The day's absolutely flown. It's been fantastic. And this last session is going to be no exception to the rest of the day. To start the final session, I'd like to welcome another incredible patient advocate, Dr. Srividya Iyer. Dr. Iyer moved to Melbourne in 2020 with her then 2-year-old daughter and husband, and she was starting specialist dental training in oral medicine. She was fit and healthy, but had some pain and then unexplained sudden weight gain. She went to the emergency department and then she advocated to have a CT scan, and she was diagnosed with ovarian cancer. Following chemotherapy and surgery, genomic testing indicated she should have further treatment to give herself the best chance, and as you'll hear, it came with a very hefty price tag. But within 4 weeks, and with the help of Rare Cancers Australia, she could raise the funds she needed. But she believes that the inhibitor that she received should be available to all women diagnosed with the same cancer. So please give Dr. Iyer a big warm welcome.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Srividya Iyer. It is an honor and privilege to be here as an advocate to share my ovarian cancer survivorship story as part of RCA Cancer Forum 2023. Sorry, that went. Standing here 3 years post-diagnosis, in complete remission from advanced high-grade serous ovarian cancer, I'm confident, I'm hopeful, happy, and connected. And this is a testament to the support and assistance of my oncologists, my treating team, and foremost to my parents, my sister, my husband and his family, and most importantly, my 5-year-old beautiful, I wish, my 5-year-old beautiful daughter, Raima, who's my sunshine. So, as we know, there are 2 sides to the coin. They are different, but have a closely related feature. And in my case, it was cancer. This slide really resonates well with me and my situation at the time of diagnosis. Not only I was working at Peter Mac at that time, but also was getting treated. Ovarian cancer, as we know, is a gynecological cancer arising in the ovaries, fallopian tube, or in the lining of the abdominal cavity, which is peritoneum. And ovarian cancer typically appears as masses on the ovaries or fallopian tubes, but can spread to any other location in the abdomen. And there are different types of ovarian cancer, and it can arise from the ovary, and type of the tumor will determine the treatment required and the long-term prognosis. And as we know, there is currently no screening or early detection method for ovarian cancer. So what causes ovarian cancer? There's a long list here, and the first one is, of course, age, which is a big factor, and the risk of developing ovarian cancer, and it increases as women get older. Inherited genes, 20% of the ovarian cancer arise in women who've had inherited a gene like BRCA1 or BRCA2. Lifestyle and environmental factors like smoking, obesity, lack of exercise can also contribute to a greater risk of ovarian cancer, and use of HRT, which is the hormone replacement therapy, is also linked to increased risk of developing ovarian cancer, and other conditions like endometriosis. And the last one, as in my case, was bad luck. That's what my oncologist said. So a bit about my journey as a patient. So it all started in January 2020. I was accepted at the Melbourne Dental School to start my specialist training. And I moved with my husband and at that time, my 2-year-old daughter. I was fit, I was vegetarian all my life and hardly drank, never smoked, and had no genetic predisposition. Little did I know there was a major roadblock ahead of us, and that was going to change everything forever. I started developing some right groin pain, which would come and go, but wasn't strong enough for me to stop doing what I was doing. Then, in the last week of August, I started experiencing an extreme bloating sensation. I put it down to changing my diet because I was going vegan, and I just blamed my vegan diet. I started feeling my tops were getting tired, and that was within a span of a week, basically, and my weight jumped from 61 kilos to 68 within a week. And I thought, oh, the scales are dodgy. Of course, they're always, isn't it? And I asked my husband, and he goes, you do look a bit round, but... And he said, oh no, it's the lack of the exercise given the pandemic and your love for ice creams. So he saw me, of course, just even taking steps on the stairs was hard for me, and I was puffing, and that made him really question, and he said, you need to get this checked. I presented to ED, and within the span of 3 hours, I had multiple tests, and a junior doctor then told me, look, your bloods look normal. There's some blood in the urine. Do you mind if I get one of my senior colleagues to come and examine you? And I was examined, and I had some abdominal discomfort on the right. And I was told it's IBS. And I just shook my head, and I said, I'm not coming back. I was asked if I would return next day, and I said, because of my clinical commitments, I'm not able to return tomorrow. And I requested and I demanded a CT scan. And within about half an hour, I was shifted to a different room, and the penny dropped then. I was told there is a mass on my ovary. Of course, I thought, oh, maybe a cyst. And then the expressions changed, and I was told I have a massive lesion on top of my liver, and it's everywhere in my abdomen. And my primary tumor on my right ovary was 13 centimeters long. I was in denial. I kept saying, I've had a pap smear. This is my medical background. And my gynecological history was absolutely clear because my daughter was born just 2 years ago. I don't know what was worse, the diagnosis or hearing it alone and having my husband back at home with my daughter. I was numb. I gathered some courage to call my husband, who thought I was calling him to come and pick me up from the hospital. I said, it is malignant, and I kept saying that. And my husband's like, what does that mean? And I said, it's not good. That night, I was transferred to the women's hospital, and I was greeted by one of the nurses who I would never forget in my life. And I practiced what actually she preached to me that night. She said, well, you know it's going to be a tough time ahead. So you've got two options. Stay awake, think about it all night, or take the sleeping pill. And prepare for what's ahead. I did. I chose option 2. When I was woken up in the morning, of course, I was woken up, I learned my diagnosis, and it was ovarian cancer, and it was quite advanced. And I was told that I had only a few months up my sleeve. I was lined up for paracentesis because I looked like I was 6 months pregnant. And all the fluid was drained from my abdomen, followed by the horrendous MRI. The waiting game to receive my staging, depending on my scanning, was the most impatient I ever felt. I was still awaiting my husband to come and see me while this all was unfolding, and due to the COVID-19 restrictions, he was only allowed to visit me for an hour. With whatever remaining courage I had, I called my sister, who lives in the US. You can imagine my wait was for her to wake up and to tell her this. I was just waiting. And when I called her, of course, she was distressed. And we both kept crying and saying, how are we going to tell mom and dad? The toughest part of my entire journey was telling this to my parents. They were in India at that time, and they were desperate to be my side once they found out. They finally managed to get to the only flight, which was from India to Sydney, due to quarantine, of course, and arrived after my first cycle of chemotherapy. My oncologist at that time said to me, we're going to get through this. That was her opening statement when I saw her. It is bad, but it could have been worse. So let's get it done, and I want to see you in the corridors of Peter Mac working as a professional. Let's get it done. That gave me an immense hope, what I needed, and my husband and I were at ease. As I mentioned earlier, my primary tumor was 13 centimeter on my right ovary, and the rest were numerous small masses, along with one on top of my liver. I started chemotherapy, and I started also having scalp cooling to reduce and limit my hair loss. And halfway through it, I was like, it's just hair, doesn't matter. I shaved my hair, and I stopped the hair cooling. I managed to continue exercising, working, and continuing my specialist training, and that's what kept me sane, and all my colleagues at Peter Mac Dental Oncology team and at dental school kept my hopes and spirits up. After my third round of chemotherapy, my CT showed I had some shrinkage, but not enough. And I would need some liver resection. My heart sank, and that picture really not depicts what I was feeling when I was told that I might need liver resection. I met the surgeon who has been amazing, and along with the lower GI surgeon, when he walked into the room, he had such a thick Irish accent. I told my husband, when he finished, I said, I did not follow a word of what he said. And my husband's like, your guess is as good as mine. My surgery was on the 13th of November, a day before Diwali, which is a very significant Indian festival. And I still remember kissing my daughter and my mom before I left home and saying to myself and her that my work here is not finished. I was wheeled into the theater. I had my daughter's picture and my Ganesha idol. And my surgery lasted 8 hours, and I regained consciousness to see all my family and to hear that I was cancer-free, and all the cancer was removed. I felt weak but determined to complete my chemotherapy, and I had 3 more rounds of that. So to start with my CA125, which is the marker, which of course is not accurate 100% for all the ovarian cancer patients, but for me, it started at 6,200, and the normal limits is under 35, and it jumped, and it came from 6,200 to 21 at the end of the 5 cycles. My challenges, as I said, the first one was COVID-19, having a young family with minimal support in Victoria as we moved from WA. Of course, it came with a big financial blow. Having been diagnosed with a rare cancer is, of course, a major challenge because along with the burden what you are dealing with, you've had another curveball thrown at you where you are having to use up all your life savings for life-saving treatment. Biologically, a roller coaster ride with chemotherapy and surgery, and I had 18 months of nausea and extreme fatigue on the PARP inhibitors. And of course, the fear of recurrence, which lives in any cancer patient's mind, it's always there. I didn't qualify for any trials or any other novel therapies at that time. My first question at the initial appointment was this, that am I eligible for any trials? And I was told no, I was not. And also the last thing is the funded and compassionate access to drugs are determined by the tumor origin and not by personalized medicine. So how genomic or genomics as access fitted into my patient story is after my 5th chemo cycle, I was told that I had about 70 to 80% chances of recurrence because I was diagnosed at an advanced stage and my cancer becoming resistant. So my oncologist said, whatever we have to do now. No point to close this stable door after the horse has bolted. And that's what she said to me. Having the medical background, I had read a lot of literature and also following on social media forums. I had read what was the best practice in USA and UK. And along with that, I had this conversation with my new oncologist at that time. Sorry. And she and I both agreed that PARP inhibitors is something we can look at. After that, she recommended that I have this test, which is the My Choice CDX test. And it was not Medicare funded, and I would have had to pay $5,500. So a bit about the testing itself. Our DNA constantly being damaged and repairing itself. This repair process is called homologous recombination. When our body is unable to repair breaks in DNA, this is called homologous recombination deficiency, which is HRD. And it means that in those with diagnosis of ovarian cancer and those whose tumor tests positive for HRD, cancer cells have a harder time repairing themselves. So, yay. So 3 weeks after my last review with the oncologist, I found out that I was positive for the test, and I was advised to contact Rare Cancer Australia to help generate funds and raise awareness about this dreadful disease. I was told at that time that the drug would cost anywhere between $7,000 to $7,500 a month. I was not working full-time because I'm still training, and registrars don't make that much or don't make anything at all. So being a private person, and of course my pride, the first thing I said, no. I told my oncologist, I'm prepared to sell my house. She said, you're not selling your house. I want you to contact Rare Cancer and look at a bigger picture. what hope does a single mother or someone living out in rural Australia has? They have no awareness. And this is something where, because ovarian cancer, the symptoms are so vague, we just put it down to the usual. It's maybe I'm coming near my cycle, or just fatigue, or just life stuff. Within 4 weeks, we managed to raise about $200,000. And I never imagined that I would be able to do that. I started my PARP inhibitor journey in March 2021. And that came with, as I said, 18 months of nausea and fatigue. Fatigue where at 8:30 at night, after finishing my clinical placements, I would come home and sleep. If you actually exploded a bomb in the next room, I have no idea what was happening. It was that fatigue. In this time of difficulty, actions like these really instills our faith in mankind and in humanity. I'm ever grateful to all those 501 supporters who came along and donated. There were some nurses who I worked with back in WA who struggled to make ends meet. They came along and donated. There were some students and some patients who I had treated for a long time. And again, family, friends, all. I cannot thank Rare Cancer Australia and my oncologist enough for introducing me to Rare Cancer Australia and for all the support they have shown so far and continue to do so. So of course, there have been a lot of lows and a lot of ups, and there have been some highlights which I've just put on the screen here. I was able to work throughout my treatment. I managed to submit my master thesis. I managed to get on the plane, that was the highlight, and went to the Outback as part of Royal Flying Doctor Service. And I'm almost finishing my specialist training. And I was able to generate the funds and also able to advocate and go on social media platforms and on newspapers and TV to be able to raise the awareness for ovarian cancer. So now, on the other side of the coin, when I play my role as a clinician or wear my clinician hat, what do? So as an oral medicine specialist, it is a specialty of dentistry that is concerned with the oral health care of medically complex patients, including the diagnosis and management of medical conditions that affect the oral and maxillofacial region. These conditions include oral mucosal conditions, orofacial pain disorders, temporomandibular disorders, salivary gland disease, oral complications resulting from systemic diseases, and chemosensory and neurologic impairment of the oral and maxillofacial complex. Having lived through, of course, this experience of cancer, I'm able to relate and empathize with my patients. A bit about head and neck cancers, because that's the area I work in. Despite the substantial efforts invested into the therapeutic development of head and neck cancers, the 5-year survival rate of the patients with head and neck cancers is still it remains dismal. And currently, surgery and radiotherapy represent the baseline treatment options for most stages of head and neck cancer patients. And these treatments are associated with significant morbidity and poor prognosis. So in the end, my key lessons and messages: listen to your body, advocate, and one glove fits all approach is no longer the answer. And we should be moving towards precision, personalized medicine, and genomics is the future. And you are not a statistics. I'm still standing here. I was given a few months. And just the last slide, which is what I want to sum it up as. Looking back, like so many women, had no significant symptoms that would easily identify ovarian cancer, even though I was in the late stages. I'm okay now and the best version of myself. I hope I have won the golden ticket. And I do desperately want to live and live life with full capacity with my daughter, my husband, my parents, my sister, my family, and friends. I have a lot to contribute to the community. Together, I hope we can continue to raise awareness and improve early detection, but for now, most importantly, for us diagnosed and for those in future, it should be personalized medicine and genomics at the forefront of cancer treatment. I want to finish by saying this quote from Rumi: "Try not to resist the changes that come your way. Instead, let the life live through you. And do not worry that your life is turning upside down. How do you know the side you are used to is better than the one to come?" Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ravidya, for sharing your story. We know you're an amazing doctor, you're an amazing patient advocate, and we know it's not always easy for people to get up here in front of a friendly audience, but still getting up in front of people and sharing their story. So we do really appreciate so much when people can share their own personal experience of what they've been through, because it makes everyone in the audience realise that they're not alone if they're going through something similar. So we're going to shift focus now a little bit, and I'm going to invite Andrew Mosley to come up as our next speaker. He's the Head of Government Relations and Policy at the Leukemia Foundation. He's worked in advocacy across a number of Victorian and Australian governments, not-for-profits. He's part of the NHMRC's Consumer and Community Advisory Group and the Consumer Health Forum's Digital Health Specialist Group. So please give Andrew a big warm welcome. You've just got to hold your clicker up like that.
Sure. Thanks, Sophie. And thanks for sharing that incredibly powerful and poignant story. It really makes us all self-reflect and think about our own stories, I think. Thanks for that introduction, Sophie. And the first thing I'm going to say is that this morning when I was coming in, I was herded up as part of one of the school groups and mistaken as a apparently 16-year-old. So I would like to point out that I'm 42, I don't look it, but hopefully I've got a little bit more experience and can draw on a little bit of that as we go through this presentation. That's been my number one learning so far, that I need to grow some stubble or something. So, thank you again. I'm really pleased to be here today and representing the Leukemia Foundation and to be able to have that opportunity to talk about the experiences of the patients that we look after and that we have those ongoing interactions with. We obviously provide support services for blood cancer patients and also fund research. One of the other really important things that we do is try and contribute to that evidence-based policy approach and come up with evidence-based policy recommendations. One of the main things that we've done, I guess over a couple of years, is a couple of key policy documents. So one of those was working with the Blood Cancer Task Force nationally to develop and help develop, I should say, the National Strategic Action Plan for Blood Cancers. We also do a periodic State of the Nation report. This is something that we do every couple of years. The first one was 2019. The most recent one was this year, and we launched that in February. The first substantive point I'd like to make, apart from the fact that I will be drawing on these documents as we go through, but genomics as standard of care was one of the key themes that has come through all of these reports. So this slide is not supposed to depress, it's supposed to make the point that blood cancer is a problem. It really underscores, I think, the scale of the challenge, and the reality is that blood cancers do affect so many different people and touch so many different lives. The sad fact is that blood cancers are high mortality, they're non-preventable, and they're expensive for patients, but also they're really expensive for our health systems to treat. They're also difficult to screen for, difficult to diagnose, and difficult to treat. What this means in practice is that the journey through which patients go through can be a really challenging one. They often have to go through multiple treatments and often with a high degree of uncertainty. And I think in previous speakers today, we've heard a little bit about what some of those decision points and sliding doors have kind of looked like. A really important point to reinforce here, I think, is that when we talk about blood cancers, we're talking about over 120 different subtypes of blood cancers. Many of those are rare, some are less common. Each requires bespoke treatment and care. So their uniqueness is important for how we treat them. Hence precision medicine and hence the real need for genomics. So genomics helps us be more precise, and shock horror, that's a really good thing. It's particularly important for blood cancers. It helps with accuracy, it helps us make the right choice sooner, and it helps make, hopefully, it helps us get to that right choice sooner rather than later, which can be really important, particularly for acute and highly aggressive blood cancers. Again, I think it's important to reflect on what that means for patients, because it means that we can circumvent some of the real challenges that people experience as they go through what can be a really long, a really painful journey. It's also what patients want and what patients need. So in the most recent version of the State of the Nation report that I mentioned earlier, so we did talk to survey results from over 4,600 people living with blood cancer, as well as additional one-to-one interviews with other sector stakeholders. Those patients told us that one of the most important things to them, based on their experiences over the life of their journey, was to have better diagnostics, because that was the part that they really, really struggled with. It's also important to acknowledge that this is not just patients. There are plenty of experts that are talking about how important genomics is for healthcare. We've had the Medical Services Advisory Committee, so the group who, I guess in short, makes recommendations for subsidy. They have recently, so March this year, they made a couple of recommendations for particular types of genomic testing. We've had the World Health Organization, the Novel Therapies Parliamentary Inquiry, and various other reports, and I'd add to that the Chief Scientist recently spoke about the importance of genomics for us going forward, the Department of Industry and Science, and building in that sort of cross-departmental and cross-portfolio approach. They've also talked about the real importance for genomics, and with their consultation last year, they nominated that as one of our key sort of scientific and research priorities. One thing I think it's really important to highlight here is not just what they've said, but it's the rationale that they have used to come to these conclusions. Particularly the Medical Services Advisory Committee talked about genomics not simply being part of a health system, not simply being part of what we're trying to do, but as being central and a normal part of that. And I think it's a really important distinction to make. So we know it has real-world impact. In that the State of the Nation report, we asked patients obviously about their experiences. 31% of blood cancer patients who had a genomic test reported back to us that genomic test changed their treatment and also in some cases changed their diagnosis. We know that other research has come to similar sort of conclusions as well. And one patient was talking to us last week and said the key benefit that this person had was really around being able to take a risk-based approach. So knowing more, and by knowing more, you're able to make better decisions, including when to take on some of those more particularly challenging type of treatments and some of the chemotherapies as well. So this is something I get very excited about. This is the blood cancer genomics trial, and this builds on what David was talking about earlier. It uses some of those same methodologies. I get excited by this. I'm not allowed anywhere near it because I get very excited by it. But essentially, the researchers in this trial are trying to match treatments to people's individual blood cancers. I think that's exciting. I think this move towards that targeted personalised approach is a really exciting thing for everyone. And I think that's the real strength. And when people come to these things and they hear it, and I think we know it, and I think one of the opportunities perhaps that we have is to be able to tell the people upstairs that this really can change people's lives. So what then are some of the barriers? Some of these were covered earlier and in great detail and very eloquently by Jane and Tiffany. But one thing I'm going to highlight here is that many diagnostics have regulatory approval, but they're not subsidised. A key challenge there is that people that might be more well off are able to access some of the things and other people can't. My family are farmers, and we've had neighbours who've had that problem. They're not able to travel, they're not able to leave their source of income. Even if it's a couple of $100s, that's a lot of money to them. And that's something that I'm very passionate about and thinking about, well, how is it even more challenging for people in rural and regional areas to access some of these as well, particularly when there's that financial component to it. On top of that, we know that some genomic diagnostics are available overseas but are not available here, and I can tell you that one of them, and as obviously clinicians in this room as well, one of the most challenging conversations that I think you can have in a patient support organisation is talking to patients who have been told there's nothing we can do for you, but they know that there is. They've looked overseas, they've talked to people. We've had a really great example of someone who went to a conference overseas, someone told her about a trial they were doing in the US. It's a really, really challenging conversation, and it's not fair. And that's something I get quite passionate about. Excuse me. That trial the trial I mentioned before is well underway, and we are trying to help generate evidence to help support some of these moves for change and to think about how we can try and overcome some of these barriers. One thing I'd add to this is that we know that the uptake is not as high as it should be. We know that the uptake of genomics is inequitable. In that, the research that we've done, we asked patients about their experiences, and they said that only 1 in 5 knew whether or not there was a genomic test involved in their diagnosis, and we really want to see that increased. So State of the Nation underscored the need for change. The research has showed that many in the sector agree with that. This is just a quick sort of snapshot of, I guess, a sample of the feedback we've received. It demonstrates, I think, an appetite for genomics, and it also highlights that people know that this can have an impact and that there is that appetite for change on the ground. So where do we want to get to? This is the exciting part. What we want is genomics as standard of care. This is where we think we can make the biggest impact for patients. We know that Australia needs to improve access to genomic testing for blood cancers. We're really trying to hammer home this message that by making it a standard of care, we can really improve outcomes. And if we do that in a right way and everyone can access it, we can also help address inequities as well. So there are several things that we think can be done. So obviously increasing, in some cases starting public subsidy for genomic testing is one of those, and that we think there's a real equity issue there. The next couple on that slide there talk to skills, and this also was mentioned earlier, and I won't dwell on it, but we do think that there needs to be money, time and effort into investing in the labs, investing in people, and also promoting initiatives that will help and encourage people to continue the research into this field. Finally, and I will end on this, I want to acknowledge that there is a lot of work underway. We've heard about the Rare Cancers Parliamentary Inquiry, and I agree that that's a really exciting opportunity. I think I get excited by these things. I do think it's an exciting opportunity because there is so much work being put into this, there is so much focus on it, and I think that is something to harness. We've heard about the Australian Cancer Plan, and we look forward to it being released, as I know many other people do as well. And I think these are opportunities for patients to be able to stand up and have their voices counted, both in terms of the development of some of these, but also in terms of how they're implemented. So we don't just want a policy that gets announced and then starts being implemented, I should say. We want to be part of how it's implemented, because that is often how you reach different groups, and you're not just reaching the one group right across the country. I'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Andrew. Thank you very much. I think the statistic that stood out for me in that presentation was Andrew said 30% of blood cancer patients who had a genetic test, that changed their diagnosis and treatment path. So that just shows you how important it is. So Andrew's going to be on the panel, same as Shravidya. So if you've got any questions for either of those speakers, keep them in mind and you'll have a chance to ask them soon. Our final speaker for today is the Rare Cancers Australia Chief Executive, Richard Vines. Most of you probably know Richard, but for those of you who don't, he studied maths and statistics at Melbourne Uni and trained as an actuary, but he moved into IT, and then he worked in software development and developing his own software company. Then he went to Europe to develop another software venture. Then he moved back to Australia, left IT and worked in not-for-profits. But then the really important part was in 2012, he and Kate established Rare Cancers Australia with the mission to improve the lives and outcomes for rare cancer patients, which you can definitely say they have done already. Throughout the day, we've heard some amazing success stories about genomics and technology and healthcare, as well as some of the challenges that we face. I'd like to welcome Richard to the stage to talk about what we must do to ensure Australia is ready for the genomics revolution.
Thank you. I was given a notebook at a recent conference from the Borneo Cultures Museum from Kuching in Sarawak, and it contains 2 pages of detailed notes, so we should be fine. I did intend when I started today to have a speech, but it's been rewritten about 5 times in my head, so we'll just see how we go. I am pleased to report that I have not been mistaken for a 16-year-old coming into Parliament House. In fact, I don't think I've been mistaken for a 60-year-old, but it's good. And I thought I'd just reflect for a moment on CANFORUM, because being here today, watching it being transmitted out to the, no doubt, millions of people that are out there watching, that it has come a long way from where it started, and there is a story about where it started. It started as something called the Sick or Treat Sessions, and the Sick or Treat was my personal piece of genius. It was obviously built around Halloween, and it was designed to be a play on Trick or Treat, and the Sick or Treat Sessions was meant to be a CANFORUM type thing that led into the Sick or Treat Ball. And after we tried that for a while, and someone very kindly pointed out to me, and Richard said, if you want sponsors, don't use the word sick. And I thought, okay. So we decided then to move it to Canberra. And we couldn't make up our mind whether we were going to call it the Canberra Forum or the Cancer Forum. So we compromised and called it CANFORUM. But the story that I wanted to share with you is about the first one we ran, and we had a younger, slightly younger, more, what's the word? Better looking, version of David Thomas presenting, and he got up and he gave this wonderful talk on genomics and the future of genomics. And it is fascinating to think that in 2015 it was David's vision, and it was not the actuality. And it was prophetic, and we stand here, and I've been fortunate to be part of the OMICO board and watch it go through its motions. I still think that, having sat through interminable finance, risk and audit committee meetings and various board meetings, that he owes me about a year of my life back. But notwithstanding that, it's a wonderful honour to have been part of it. But the funny thing about the day of the first Sick or Treat Sessions was that we also invited Professor Ian Fraser, notable notable research scientist who also, without consultation, had decided to talk about genomics. And he stood up in a slightly grumbly voice and said, well, I was going to talk about genomics, but as David's done that, I'll now talk about something else, which was absolutely hilarious. But it's, the CANFORUM has become what I'd always hoped it was, a place where we could talk about ideas, where we could bring people together from all of the stakeholders in the cancer community, patients, patient advocates, industry, clinicians, scientists, researchers, because cancer belongs to all of us and we're all touched by it. And when we were talking this morning about the impact that patients can make, David was talking about the impact that patients can make to their own treatment. I was reminded of something I said a long time ago, which is that a cancer diagnosis does not come with a lobotomy. And patients need to be respected. You can be anyone who lives through the system has got something to say. I always say that if you want to find out how to redesign your traffic system, ask a taxi driver. And I think sometimes patients are the taxi drivers of the health system, and we ignore them at our peril. So I also wanted to talk a little bit today about how we do advocacy, why today is so important, and why we actually wrote rarefication. And I should say I didn't write it. I just gave it a name, and I gave people like Christine and Plum and a few others a challenge. And what does Christine say? You turn up with these crazy ideas, and somehow they generally kind of work out at the end, after everyone else has had a nervous breakdown. And for these, we started, this is sort of the history of publications up until today, or up until a couple of weeks ago, where we launched the Counting Cost Supplemental. And what we've been doing all the time is trying to say to government, to industry, here is the problem and here is the solution. Not some shrill scream or shout for attention or what have you, but something that actually makes sense. And we started, and I'm delighted I was thinking about this before, and Plum Stone, who largely wrote and controlled and refuses to take credit for, but rarefication is her, I was going to say opus dei, but I really meant to say magnum opus. But when I was messing around with spreadsheets trying to write the first report around the state of neglect of rare cancers, it was Plum who helped me to write the original Just a Little More Time report. And I tried really hard, I have to say, because when we launched that report, we had a choir in Parliament House who sang a song. And I was trying really hard to get a choir here today, but I think I got outvoted. But we did our best. And we presented the lack of investment in research, the lack of availability of treatments. We re-emphasised that in 2016. And then we went to Rare Solutions, in having been largely sort of ignored for a few years by government. We thought, well, perhaps we should tell them what to do, not just tell them there's a problem, but tell them what to do. So that became Rare Solutions, which was again contributed to by people who are still here, by Plum, Tiff Petrie, who's working with us in our Asia work now, a long history of people who've been involved. And the only thing notable about the two things notable about Rare Solutions. One is that Joe Hildebrand called it the shortest advocacy campaign he'd ever seen, because I started speaking I'm still looking up there nervously, started speaking here at just after 9 o'clock. Greg Hunt turned up at 9:15, announced that 20% of all MRFF funding would go to rare cancers and rare diseases, which was it was the beginning of Omico, and to some extent the Zero Cancer initiative. And then announce an inquiry into how we could just once and for all allow pharmaceutical companies to apply for pan-tumour reimbursement of therapies. 2017, he asked for that. And Andrew Wilson and the team at the PBAC did a pretty good job of doing it, of creating a report that was functional, and then we came up to an election and it got buried and it never re-emerged. We thought we would re-emerge it after the election, and then COVID came. And so now we're still having that conversation, and it's still the conversation that we need to get to. So for me, when I thought about this and I thought about why we were doing all that and why all of these reports built the story, what I wanted to do was to try and explain this, which are the hallmarks of cancer. And no, David, I'm not trying. And it was funny because I did an interview on ABC Radio this morning and Raf Epstein said, well, what do you mean? And I I'm paraphrasing, but I said, well, as someone said earlier, cancer, the number of different cancer types is equal to the number of cancer patients. And what you need to understand, it is a disease of us. It's a product of the genius of our evolution. It makes us, our brilliant success as organism makes us vulnerable. And a desperate pitch in the not wanting to waste airtime, I kind of said that, your chromosomes are connected to your RNA, which is connected to your DNA, which is connected to, and it all gets messed up. And I obviously said it better than that because he said, well, I've just learned something. I thought, Christ. That's pretty good. But when we sort of got to this and I thought, we can't come here and demand. We have to come here with a why. Why is cancer different? Why do we need to think about it differently? Why are we getting treatments that are coming to more and more diminishing patient populations? Why we can't tolerate that? Why we can't have them? We're going to hear from Prashant from MSD, but they have a drug called pembrolizumab, and it's registered for 30 indications in the US, and 12 of them are funded here. And that means that 18 people with 18 different types of cancer are not getting access in Australia unless they can afford it. And to go to Andrew's point about equity, there's nothing equitable about that. So I wanted to have a report that explained why. And that's what this report's about. And I wouldn't want it to be, we've talked a lot about genomics today, but there are other molecular elements of cancer that make it rare. It's about understanding the nature of this multiplicity of diseases and then saying, well, how do we make it so that we protect our population? That's what this is really about. It's why did I, 2 weeks ago, have to go to a pharmaceutical company and say, mate, this is not where we want to be. We have a patient who's been on this drug self-funding for 12 months and he's going to run out of money. Can you help? And to their great credit, they did. But that's not a system for a first world, incredibly wealthy country we shouldn't be in that situation. But now, with this report and all the conversation we've had today, nobody could sit here and not understand why. It's because of the very nature of the disease that it needs a different way forward. And if I wanted to remind people of what we do, I said to the guys in the office, can I have a photo of our wall? It's one of our walls in our patient support team. And I won't go through them all, but pretty much all of them are people who wanted and needed treatments that weren't available in this country. And some of them are still here. Anita is here, and that's fantastic. Some of them are not. This guy right on the bottom, Eric, right-hand side, one up from the bottom. One of the most difficult days of my life was talking to his daughter, and we'd managed to scrape together enough money to give him 2 or 3 loads of treatment of an immunotherapy. He'd gone from a wheelchair. I rang him up, and he was out the back chopping wood. The response was that dramatic, and we couldn't go further. And I just always felt bad. And then I met his daughter a couple of years later, And she walked up and gave me a hug and said, "Thank you, you gave us an extra 3 years with our dad." And I thought, yeah, but what could have been? And there are all of those stories. And they are the people that our patient support team is extraordinary. They pick up the pieces every day, and we have a philosophy that says, whatever it takes, we're navigators, leaders, supporters, and I'm not going to tell the starfish story again because there couldn't possibly be anyone in this room who hasn't heard it. But they're all great stories, great Australians, great people. So yeah, we've asked for things in this report that I think are incredibly reasonable. I wondered if I should say at the start of this or while we were all sitting here that one of the things we didn't ask for was an advisory council, but I gather that wouldn't have gotten well. But what do we want? And there's so much that we want, but these are implementable. A coordinated national genomic strategy leveraging existing government commitment to Cancer Australia and Genomics Australia. One of the reports I didn't talk about there was Vision 2030, which was the report that triggered Greg Hunt to ask Cancer Australia to develop an Australian cancer plan. And we know it's going to be released soon because everybody tells us it's going to be released soon. Oh, I'm so tempted. But Ariane's here and I'm not going there. But all people with cancer have access to comprehensive, cost-effective genomic profiling. And we can't be, at the moment we'd take that for one genomic profile. But we all know, if we study this stuff, that cancer, the genius of cancer is that it evolves while you're treating it. It gets smarter. That's why one test is not enough. We need the capacity to test, retest, to guide, to help navigate the oncologist through the treatment paradigm. I'm looking at David. He's nodding. I'm doing all right. But it's the genius of the disease that we have to be, and this is our way of unraveling it. We've got to ensure people have access to targeted therapies, immunotherapies, cell and gene therapies. And if I had a pen at the moment and I wouldn't get sued, I would underline combination therapies about 45 times. In the case study in which we're talking about, one of the case studies in the report, where we talk about, again, and I'm not giving him a free ride, but pembrolizumab is currently in 5,500 clinical trials in combination with other therapies. There are 20s of thousands and we don't have a mechanism in this country to get that reimbursed. In fact, if the head of Richard Tues here from Novartis, if he sat down and wanted to have a conversation with Prashant from MSD about putting together a combined application, they can be charged with collusion. It's that big a barrier. We have to do better with it. And we can't lose. We did a great deal of work around making sure that we had research funding that was approaching some level of equitable content. We can't let that slip away. And I fear that, the MRFF, the research funding space is competitive. What David's created with Omico, where we've found a different way of funding it, is genius. But we have to also acknowledge that had he not done so, we would be winding it down now. There was, and that would be instead of screening 25,000 patients, he'd be cleaning out his desk. Anyway, and the last of these, which is not on here, I don't know if it's on the next one or not. Yeah, the Medical Research Future Fund, I got ahead of myself. At the moment, I have sat in rooms where people have talked about putting applications in to the PBS, and they have had to debate whether it is pragmatic and reasonable for them to try to do it for a targeted population and whether that will ever succeed, or whether they would be better to do it for a whole of population, given that it might help get the drug approved and funded in this country. And the consequences of that are profound. If there is, the one thing that cancer patients don't have is time. So if we have a system that potentially puts them in a situation of being treated with a drug that won't work, it takes time. Forget about the fact that it costs the government money. It just takes patient time. And we should be doing everything that we possibly can to make sure that whenever a treatment is prescribed, that it's got its best and most optimum chance of success. And we need to get that right. So combination therapies is my big passion. I am a failed actuary. Feels good to say that, I've got to tell you. But when I look at the AIHW data and I see lung cancer as 2 categories and other cancers as 1, it's just not acceptable. We have to be able to look at these, break them down by molecular subtype, get real data, come up with real solutions, because data is everything. And that may come from registries and a revision of registries. There's a whole lot of work to do there, but there is work to be done. And we need so much work. Data can change the way that we reimburse medicines. It can change the way that we assess medicines and value them. It can change the way we run our health system. And we have to do it better than we're doing it right now. You know, and I know it's all forgotten, but we do have our personal healthcare record. What's it called? My health record. See, it just rolls off the tongue. And it's there. We've invested billions. It's potentially the biggest boon in this country. And we should be looking at that, encouraging the AIHW to do more, integrating registries. I'm sorry, John Zolsberg, I think he's online. Hi, John. But the man has a passion and a deep understanding of registries. We have to get them better. We have to know what is happening. And one final thing, and my sign says time's up, but one final thing is that in about 2017, Nick Xenophon spoke to me and we had a conversation and we managed to get the Department of Health at that point to release data, combination data in reasonable amounts for the combination of Medicare and PBS data. And that some wise guy managed to identify some patient somewhere and it all got shut down again. We need, by whatever mechanism we can, we need to be able to give proper, reputable analytical companies access to that data so that we can actually see what's going on in the system. It's all there. We know that there is a way of cross-referencing PBS data with Medicare data. They can link it, we can analyse it, and if you think about all of the things that we could then discover, it would be wonderful, and we would know a lot more about the health of this country if we did it. So it's not on my list, but it's there. Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you, Richard. And you heard Richard go through there's 4 main recommendations in this report, and we're going to discuss them now in a bit more detail in our panel discussion. So thank you, Richard. So for our final session for the day, just like our earlier panel, there'll be an opportunity for you in the room to ask questions. So if you do have a question towards the end, pop your hand up and we'll come to you. We want to hear from as many people in the room. So I'd like to welcome back our speakers, Andrew Mosley, if you want to come up, Dr. Shrividya Iyer, if you want to come up to the panel, and we have Richard, do you want to go back up as well? And we've got two special guests joining us for the panel. So we have Ariane Herman. She's the first Assistant Secretary in the Cancer, Hearing and Chronic Conditions Division for Primary and Community Care Group in the Australian Department of Health and Aged Care. Give her a round of applause. We really appreciate having someone from the department. She began her career as a psychologist, and Ariane's held a number of senior roles across government, mental health reform, legal assistance and disaster recovery. And then our second special guest for the panel is Prashant Nikam. He's the Managing Director ANZ for MSD, with more than 20 years experience across new product development, and he's held lots of product launches in oncology, and his principle is that patients can't wait, and that's something you've been hearing a lot all day. So give them all a big round of applause and I'll come and join them. All right, don't forget to be thinking about questions that you might have, but I'm going to start with Ariane. We've been hearing we've got a new report out today from Rare Cancers that's got 4 recommendations of what we would like to see change. But we really appreciate you being here, because things don't happen unless we get everyone on board, and that includes government departments as well. When you get sent a report like the one we're releasing today, can you take us through what's the process for you from a federal health department point of view when you get a report like that, just so that we can know a bit more about the process, and how do you process something like that when you get a great organisation like us saying, oh, we've got this report, just tick off these 4 things and we'll be happy.
Sure. Well, firstly, I'd just like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the lands on which we're meeting today. I think it's a pretty interesting week to be in Parliament House following the weekend. And I also just want to acknowledge all the researchers, clinicians and consumers, particularly the patients, because one of the things that is so important to us in the Canberra bubble, I call it, is actually hearing from people that are out there on the ground doing the work, and people that are moving through the system, and the experience of patients is really important. So when I got the copy of the verification report on my table, actually reading your story was incredible to me, to actually understand what it's like, and what it meant to me as well, hearing your story, is you're really well versed, highly educated, already knew a lot about the system, and being able to navigate the system was still challenging for you. And so imagine what it's like for all of the people that aren't. The report itself, so when a report comes in like that, and we get many, let's be clear, obviously the ones that we get from Rare Cancer and Richard, we have a really great working relationship with Richard's organisation. But so we get a copy of the report. Not everything in that report sits in my remit. I'm banging my mic, sorry. So I actually have to work right across my department with various areas that are responsible for elements in the report. So Genomics Australia, that's not with me, that sits in another area, so I need to go and talk to that area about what policies they're developing and what's happening in that space. I have to deal with my workforce area, so that there's lots of workforce policies that are driving changes around supporting pathologists, as Richard talked about. So it's kind of it's not a simple solution when reports like this come in. It actually takes the whole department, and sometimes even beyond the department. So you heard about Omico or Prospect, that's being done by a completely different area in government that we have to engage with on that as well. So I would work through all of those things, and then I start to think about, well, what are the things that we're already doing in response to those, to the recommendations of that report. So, I can briefly touch, I know the Minister spoke this morning, but when I read the verification report, I thought, well, that's okay, because there are a few things that we're doing in this space already, so it's not it's not a surprise to us. Like, we know that there are things, particularly around personalised medicine and the future of cancer care, that we need to be looking at and driving a lot more in the system. And when I read the title of CANFORUM around Is Australia Ready? I thought, well, we better get ready, because it's already here and it's already happening.
Exactly, yeah. And I think that's sort of what we wanted to come through in the discussions today as well.
Yeah.
That, it's already happening, but it's also going to get even more of an issue going forward.
Yeah, and so the challenge for us, I think, in government is then how do we think about systematisation of genomics in cancer care across the whole spectrum. So, I think about research, I think about prevention and detection and treatment, and so lots of those bits of pieces don't sit with me as well. So it's thinking about how do I influence those pieces from a cancer perspective, because that's where my role really comes in, and chronic conditions. But how do I start to influence those other areas to start to really consider what this means for cancer? And I don't want to say we're lucky in cancer, because we're not, but cancer is leading the way on genomics. So in fact, actually our voice and my voice when I speak to my colleagues actually has quite a lot of strength to it, because we are leading the way in the cancer control system on the implementation of genomics in the medical system. Yeah.
And are there any particular challenges that are thrown up when you think about the sort of recommendations we've put in this report, that you or roadblocks that sort of might stop these fantastic recommendations being put into place?
That's a really good question. Cost is always one. So governments are always trying to weigh up many proposals that they get, and what is the best way to use public money. Equity of access for me is one of the really big ones that we're struggling with. And Richard mentioned the Australian Cancer Plan. It is coming soon, but fundamentally,
I emailed my ABC colleagues today saying, go and have a look, go and ask the department, when's the report coming?
It's coming soon. And look, fundamental to the Australian Cancer Plan is this idea of equity, and I think that's incredibly important when we think about rare cancers as well, is because we know at the moment that equity of care and equity of access, equity of treatment, it's not there.
Yeah, just because of the sheer nature of being a rare cancer. And we're going to talk about that. But I'll just go to Prashant. Thanks, Ariane. We'll go to Prashant. As you just heard from Richard, the report calls for a new pathway in health technology assessment that would allow what's known as pan-tumour registration, so a drug being registered for more than one tumour location, and subsidy as well. I want to ask Prashant, how feasible is that to have that happen, and what sort of difference would it make as well for patients?
No, thank you for this, and thank you to RCA for the invitation. Before I answer that question, I just wanted to share some reflection, and I shared this with Richard at lunch, that we are in a very rich country and we're sitting here and talking about these issues about access to medicine, access to genomics. I think it's very frustrating also, and I think it's very clear from everyone's conversation that so much needs to be done from all stakeholders, right? And I think one of the solutions is a pan-tumor listing or a pan-cancer kind of access solution. And I think it's very much feasible. I mean, clearly, when you look at genomics and the next-gen sequencing, you clearly understand that the tumor location or the histology is not important.
Less and less important.
Biology is more important. Yeah. We have many drugs across the spectrum in the industry, and they can work together to really address that. So I think the question is, how can we make that happen? How can we remove some of the barriers that Ariane talked about? Clearly, process, of course, gets in the way, because we have this mindset of population-based medicine, not precision medicine. So how do you shift our attention to precision medicine, get the process lined up? And then the second piece is access when it comes to HTA evaluation and how innovation is valued. Of course, cost is a big consideration, but we have to look at the problem holistically and say, how do we really look at value? Are we comfortable with the uncertainty? And all parties involved in this evaluation have to work together to make that happen. But I think the time is right. Solutions are there in the healthcare industry and the environment. We just have to make it happen.
Exactly. Richard, before we move away from the issue of the pan-tumour registration, did you want to say anything? And you were talking yesterday, sharing the example of your wife Kate's cancer and how, when she was diagnosed, what the case was and how that hasn't improved.
Yeah, well, I think the case is, I mean, Kate's the reason you're all here, because it was Kate's diagnosis with medullary thyroid carcinoma that provoked us to set up Rare Cancers Australia. But it is a crushing reality that in 2012, when we established it, there were no drugs funded on the PBS, but there were a couple listed on the FDA. I think now there are either 4 or 5 on the FDA, but there are still no drugs funded.
So still no drugs in Australia for that.
And it's not an acceptable rationale to say, well, we've never had an application. If Andrew Wilson was here, he'd be tempted to say that, because I heard him say it before, bless him. But you can't build a system that has so many barriers that we have to acknowledge multiple things. We live in a world where the supply of medicines is from commercial, privately held organisations, and we need to deal with that. They are global monoliths we have to deal with that. And we are a second-tier market, and we have to deal with that. And none of that is a reason why anything else but the highest ethical standards should be applied by everybody. But it also is, you know, it's also just a crushing reality that that's the space we're in. And if those companies who have those drugs have not put them forward for medullary thyroid carcinoma in this country, then it should be a cause for us to reflect and say, what is wrong with our system that that's not happening, and how do we fix it? Not turn and say, well, no one's applied, because that's a catch-22 if you're interested in pop culture literature from my time.
So Shraviti, I'm going to move on to you briefly. So you've got a remarkable insight with your background, as you being a doctor and then a patient and the doctor. And I'm interested just to ask, how difficult was it for you to advocate, as you had to, for genetic testing and targeted treatments while still dealing with the illness and still studying and doing everything else that you were doing?
I would say yes, it was indeed very difficult, and I'm not, of course, my specialty is very different. It's two different areas. And to get my head around all the jargon and getting to understand what best practice was available globally, I jumped onto Facebook forums, and those groups were really helpful to see what trials were out there. And of course, going back to medical literature was then backing myself up, when I approached my oncologist. It was difficult, and to get your head around for a person with no medical literacy would be just mind-boggling, because it's hard for someone with some medical background. Then you can imagine how it would be daunting for someone who has none. And trying to work through the cancer treatment and the diagnosis itself would be so hard. And to then able to advocate and try to say, ask the question, first of all, it's really hard when you are, as a lot of other speakers said and Caitlin mentioned, it's very hard when you are actually in that relationship as a patient. And for me, it was kind of a deer in the headlight moment. Like, I, of course, like anyone else, it would never be me. But it was that. And to maneuver through those challenges was indeed hard. But then, not every clinician is open to suggestions or, for instance, even suggestions that this is the best practice available in UK or in USA. They may not be all part of trials or running it. So it's very, very tricky. And to know or to be one of those, having the right oncologist and all that, yeah, it definitely matters.
And we know to see change happen that we need to look, where the influences lie, and that often can be in governments and in industry. So from a patient advocate perspective, what do you want to see from both government and industry to make it easier for patients to get diagnosis and treatment with precision oncology?
Time is the essence. Don't wait. Throw everything at first setting itself. In the frontline setting, you've got the best shot at beating the disease and your all efforts. So I think it comes down to, again, looking at what you are going to spend on, say, a person. You're investing in that person, really. So it's not just as, for good outcomes, but as on individual level, that person is playing a very important role in the community. So look at the person as investment in future. And I think that's why in first setting, that's the best option they have. And that should be targeted from the beginning. And at a policy level, I understand. It all comes down to the reservations with finances and so forth. But I think we living in a developed country, I really struggled with that concept. And I was appalled when I was told I have to pay $7,000 a month. And to the best of best people, no one has got cash lying around like that, or, So it was really difficult, and I would expect and I hope for future that it becomes as a standard practice that whatever trials or say off-label medications are available, they should be offered, or the patient shouldn't be doing all that homework themselves.
Yeah.
That should be, what...
And Richard, then I'll go to you. Andrew, I'll go to you next.
Yeah, but there are, Switzerland has something called the Named Patient Program, and I don't claim to be an expert in it, but essentially there is an opportunity there if a clinician wants to prescribe a treatment that he can put his case forward and the treatment, it's like the special access scheme here with the TGA, except it comes with funding. And so there is an option. We have to be able to deal with the exceptions. We can't just ignore them.
We've only got about 5 minutes left, so if you've got a question for our amazing panel, pop your hand up and we'll get the microphone to you. So just, I've got one down here, maybe if you want to come down. But I'm going to ask Andrew, one of the things that I found fascinating, you were saying in the report that you did into blood cancers, you said diagnosis was a key challenge for patients with blood cancers. What was the average time for a diagnosis for people with blood cancer? Because this really surprised me.
Look, I think that, firstly, I'd emphasise that there are over 120 subtypes of blood cancer.
Meaning that they're all, that means if you're diagnosed with that, it is a particularly rare type then, if you've got 120 different types.
That's right, and some of those can be slightly more straightforward to diagnose than others. There's certainly, we do hear reports, and our patient support team hear those reports of people who have been on the ground, who've sort of gone through a bit of a journey through different specialists and different haematologist teams and different GPs and sometimes particularly with the rarer types, it can even take a couple of years, and that's very challenging for people to be on that journey for that long.
Yeah, I found that amazing. And so one of the things briefly before we go to our question, I wanted just to briefly talk about data collection, about why it's so important. That's one of the recommendations in the report, to make data collection, to really reflect, to look for subtypes of cancer. Why is it so important that we look for those subtypes? Maybe Richard, did you want to talk about that?
I think what we need to understand is that if I look at it from the way back, which is that what you're trying to do is work out the impact of a therapy or a treatment, and you can't do that if you don't know how many people it's treating, where they're treating, and it's everything. I love the expression, "In God we trust, and everybody else bring data," Sorry, I probably shouldn't have dropped that one. Anyway, anyway, that's you got to know. If you don't know, you're just guessing. You're just wandering around in the dark. And we have. If we do know, then we know if it works.
Exactly. And so, Ariane, I was going to ask you, how important is it to have that information, to have that data, so that then government departments can then make decisions based on knowing how many people have a certain subtype?
Yeah, so I was quite, I've been in this job for just over 12 months, and I was quite shocked when I arrived to find out that we, let alone subtype, but we don't even know what stage people are being diagnosed at, which is incredibly important as well. So we are on a journey at the moment. We're working with states and territories and registries to try and look at how we improve data collection in the system. So and AAHW as well, which is one of the recommendations. So we are developing a national data framework, which we really hope will be able to push and drive some of these changes in the system, because at the moment we don't know.
Because it's very blunt just to say that cancer diagnosis without the subtypes, without the staging.
Yeah, so because we don't have the data, we need that data actually to provide advice to government to help inform the decisions that they're making. So yeah, I completely agree. Data is incredibly important to what we're doing at the moment.
Rashan, did you want to say something?
Yeah, no, I was just going to build on what Richard was saying, that drug discovery and drug development is often serendipitous, right? So maybe in the primary endpoint, the drug might not work, but there are pre-specified subsets or stratifications where you start looking at populations that suddenly you know that drug is working there, right? So that's one reason why it should be looked at very carefully in drug development. But going back to Ariane's point as well, I think all parties have to be comfortable that you might not have the sample size or the powering of the studies to the extent, because you're talking about very small slivers of patient population. I mean, just to give you an example, MSI high, the first study probably had 16 different cancers and less than 120 patients. And that was the open label single arm study, which FDA later on approved the drug for that indication. So it goes to show the value of looking at those subsets, and it can work.
Okay, we've got a question from Caitlin. Who did you want to ask it to?
Me again. Richard, the mathematician. So we do have ways to find this information already. So I connected with the patient recently who's a mathematician, and in an hour he developed an algorithm and found the best treatment for him by using Google Bard. So I've printed it out, I've got it here, I didn't have time to talk about it myself. If he can use that technology and it's already in there, and this was like reliable because when he actually then chased it up, it was all contraindications, risk factors, most effective, timely, which one, blah, 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 did a cascade in questions. Why can't we just start doing that now? Patients probably can start doing it now. Oncologists better catch up. They could probably use it. It would take them 2 seconds. Yep. That's my first question. And what's stopping us, doing that, I guess, now?
I think I've been rereading Emperor of All Maladies, and that's both a fascinating book, but it's depressing. It's by a guy called Siddhartha Mukherjee, which I think is the best name I've ever heard. And he talks about being at a conference where he said it's like being in two different worlds, where clinical oncologists were talking about treatment and the scientists and researchers were in another room talking about breakthroughs, and they came, they talked, and then they all went home and they never had a conversation. So that this problem of translation, of getting that kind of, and I think AI is going to be right at the peak of this. There is so much that we could learn. And the other point that I wanted to make, and I think it was Tiff who made it, around incrementalism. And, I did something a year or so ago, which apparently people are still watching, which I'm quite thrilled about, which was called a Thought Leader series. And I asked people like John Zalzberg, Ian Fraser, and others, whether we should be more adventurous and more braver in how we did research. And the answer was, well, we sort of could be, but it's not kind of how the system works. And I've asked this question of David, and if I was fair, I'd throw the microphone at him and let him answer it, because it is frustrating that we just sometimes seem to be, and it feeds back into the system that if you can if you're in drug development or drug testing, then you're looking for the safest possible solution. You start off testing at stage 4 cancer patients, you slowly work back the treatment back to stage 1. Everything about it is so conservative. And my idol, Siddhartha Mukherjee, said in an interview I saw him, he said that people who were doing research in the 50s and 60s, and it's not to say that some really bad stuff didn't go down in those times, but they look at the conservative approach of researchers today and sort of shake their heads. As I said, a lot of bad stuff went down in those times, but there's surely a balance between. I think we should give David a chance to reply.
I think it's true, Richard. You do have to think outside the box. I think one thing I learnt covering medicine for so many years for the ABC was that things that were seen as fringe and on the outskirts or outliers then have become standard practice and clinical practice. So you can't always dismiss. So thinking outside the box, that's what science is all about, questioning what is, and you need to ask those brave questions. So did you want to give David something? Did David want to say something?
Can't avoid it.
And then I'm going to quickly go to each panel member, then we're going to wrap up.
Well, I think the more that you gain, the more you've got to lose. And we have gone from the 1950s, when cancer was literally a death sentence, where anything, kids, it was just terrible. That book describes it very well. To a stage where we now got 70% 5-year survival, and I would never want to put anybody at risk without having a good, compelling case for doing that trial. That's why we move through these phases. The thing is, patients who've got incurable disease are like they're in the 1950s. They've got nothing to lose, and I agree. We should have a tailored risk system where our appetite is greatest, where we've got the most to gain.
Yep, I
Yeah,
agree.
well said. So look, the panel time's it's just flown, absolutely flown. But I want to go to each of our panel members just to one last thing to sum up, just one message that each of them want you to take away, their most important thing. So Prashant, I'll start with you. What's the key thing from industry, your point of view, that you want this audience to take away?
Yeah, I mean, I think it was very clear throughout the day that there are all these stakeholders involved, right? And Liz Dissamore is here. She always says that don't admire the problem too long. You need to come to solutions. And I think the idea of each one of us as stakeholders, we cannot be static. We need to move our positions also. Whether it's the combination idea that you said that two pharma companies need to figure out a way to work together to make sure that the drug is available. Government has to embrace uncertainty and look at value in a different way. Everybody has to look at the solutions in a different way and try to walk the position. So next year, hopefully we come and talk about not struggles of patients, but success stories, how easy it was to get access to medicine. Right?
That sounds good.
So that would be a wonderful day.
Ariane, what about you from your key message from the departmental point of view that you would like people to know from where you sit, from what you do day to day?
Yeah, so I think precision medicine is the future for cancer care. So we are absolutely conscious of that, and it's about how do we move there both in a cost-effective but safe, ethical way, and that's really what we're grappling with at the moment. And then I think the only other thing I'd share is that many people know that we're going to be hopefully the first country in the world to eliminate cervical cancer. So I say to my team, that's one down, now we've got the rest to go.
Love that. That deserves a round of applause, I think. Because the more we eliminate cancer, the less we need to advocate for treatments for patients. And Andrew?
I just think for some rarer cancers and blood cancers and others, we can't always be waiting for the really sort of comprehensive trials. We need to be a little bit more brave, and we need to be listening to patients about their experiences, and particularly their experiences on trials and with those drugs, even if they've been overseas.
Thank you. And Srividya?
Again, I would reinforce time. Time is the essence, and the concept of equity. Not just one person. Think about, you could save the sea of turtles. That's what I would say. Always, that's what the picture should be like. Not the common ones, but the rarer ones. And that's why we're different. And it's not one glove fits all. And that's where we're leading genomics. Yeah.
And Richard, your last words for you? Not last words ever, but last words today. Time's up. So
I wrote an op-ed early this year called The Invisible Health Crisis around the PBS and the availability of medicines in this country. And the point that I was making is that if you're diagnosed with cancer and you go to your oncologist and he reaches into his toolkit and he pulls out a drug, you just assume it's the best one, but it's not. It's the best one he's got in his toolkit. And the invisible crisis is what's being put in the toolkit. And we need to be incredibly careful and incredibly active right now that we don't end up on a path that looks a lot like I was in New Zealand at the weekend. And you don't want to be there.
So please give our panel a big round of applause. Everyone stay. So thank you everyone for joining us. That was our final session. And I just really want you to think about, I hope you've enjoyed today's event as much as everyone on the panel has and learned something new. And I want you all to think about one action you can take from today. As much as you've heard interesting things, think about one action that you can take, that people you can influence about what you've heard today. And we might get the slide up. We heard in Jane Tiller's talk earlier about contacting your local MP to talk about, there it is. So grab out your phones, everyone in the room, grab out your phones. That's a QR code. We love QR codes after COVID. This is just a way you can very, very easily contact your local MP to tell them about what matters to you when it comes to rare cancers and genetic discrimination in particular. And this is an issue that we're going to solve from a top-down and a bottom-up approach. And so the bottom-up is everyone in the room taking action, and the top-down is people like Ariane being here in the room and listening. So we're going at it from all different angles, and Mark Butler and Gavin being here today. So you can download the report that we've been talking about as well. If you haven't read it, I really encourage you to read it. It's very beautifully written, it's easy to understand, and the recommendations are fantastic. So that's enough for me. Thank you for being such an amazing audience, an engaged audience. And I'm going to now introduce and welcome back Christine Coburn, the GM, to close CANFORUM 2023.
Thanks, Sophie. Thanks, everybody, for staying with us all day. It's a long day and a really a lot to take in with our brilliant presenters. Thank you so much for coming and for staying with us online. Thank you, Sophie, very much for being part of the CANFORUM family. We couldn't do it without you, I think, now. I'd like to thank you. Special thanks to our sponsors who support our work here every year at the CANFORUM. Again, we couldn't do it without you, but your support of our advocacy agendas each year is highly appreciated, and you'll be hearing a lot more about this agenda that we started here today over the next few years. We'll be relentless in pursuing those asks. Talk to you soon, Ariane. Thanks for being here. It's really great to have you here. Thank you very much. I'd also like to acknowledge the patient groups in the room. Our colleagues, we're working, I think, more and more closely together over the years. So it's brilliant to have you all here, neuroendocrine and Canteen and BCNA and others. It was really, Rice Braiding's here. Really great to have you all here and sharing the work together. Certainly we all have skin in this game and getting genomics to our patients. Our beautiful speakers, amazing, flying in from all over and sharing the incredible work that you're doing, which will contribute to the overall picture that we're all trying to get to for our patients. Thank you very much. I'd like to especially thank Vidya and Caitlin and Anita and Alison for sharing their stories and their wisdoms and their learnings. I think very much stakeholders with a very specific perspective, and we all learn when we listen. And that's not, I'm not being glib about that. I sincerely believe that when we listen, we learn. Dave Power and the team in black at the top, again, Rare Cancer's team, you're a part of it. You're not going anywhere. You'll be with us while we're running CANFORUM. Thanks, guys. You always do an amazing job. And the Rare Cancer's team, led by Natalie Clancy, our events manager, just here. Quick. Thanks, Nat. She does a spectacular job. I'd also like just to go off script for 1 second. We are going to go and have a drink in a minute. And acknowledge our founders. I especially would like to acknowledge Richard and the work that he's done today. And I'm not the first person, probably not the last, that will acknowledge the profound effect that you've had on the advocacy space in Australia. Very proud to work with you, very proud to have you as a mentor. And I promise to continue the disruptive nature. You have my word, and Kate, I'd like to acknowledge your work as well. As you know, very blessed to be working with you over these years. Thank you all for coming. If you'd like to join us for networking in the Great Hall, we would love to talk to you about what we can do next. Do we have that slide, James? Sorry, I do have a call to action. Everybody asks, what can we do next? Take this QR code. If you register that, particularly I am talking to families, cancer, the cancer community, patients, carers. If you would like to join us in this advocacy work going forward over the next few years, we are much more visible and we're much more powerful when you join us. If you register here, then we will keep you up to date with what we are doing. We will give you the tools that you need to participate in advocating. We'll give you the messages you need to connect with people that need to hear about the work we're doing, and we'll help to mobilise. We'll work together and help you to help us, to help you to help us. So thanks again, everybody in the room. We hope you've enjoyed the day. Please do come and join us for the networking event in the Great Hall. Thank you.